gets paid for those who speed a path at a time instead of just living it. So many things erase before they begin. Hopes and dream instead of what could have been. Fortune fades like words in the sand. Just like that, nothing at all just seems. Nothing at all just seems. Fortune shines with seven in hand. Back to fact, make me love all that seems. Make me love all that seems. An arrow through dreams. Hopes may burn but forever last to give in. Oh, so many things need a push or pull to begin. And freedom moving less than ever hand gets in. Oh, be it all the same, it's never the same. Just like that, just nothing at all just means. Nothing at all just means. If all as is, then it's never as is. Back to fact, make real of all that seems. Make real of all that seems.
Fire now. Hello and welcome to my channel. Vice Rhino here. Cirrus over there.
Hello.
Cirrus was just telling me about that time his leg got crushed by a Ford Excursion.
Yeah, that was not fun. It's not a thing I want to have happen ever again. But yeah, don't get your leg crushed, people. It's not a fun experience. Not really.
Yeah, well, I used to work I wasn't myself a valet, but I was in the valet department. I was the guy who like wrote the tags for them and collected the keys, did all the guest interactions and everything.
Yeah.
I was hit by no less than 3 cars, all driven by valets. I watched a valet run over the foot of another valet, and then like he heard him yell out, so he stopped. And when he stopped, he happened to be like right on the foot. So it was like, no, it would have been better if he just kept going, man.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
That's yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
that was not a fun job.
Yeah, mine was a friend decided that he needed to pull up very close to my car, and that was too close for me to close my trunk. Luckily it was at my house. We were all piling into the house to play card games, and I asked him, "Hey, could you back up your truck for just a little bit so I can close my trunk properly?" He backs up his truck a couple feet, and then he goes into park. And then the vehicle decided. Then it decided, not the little roll that it does where it scoots forward a bit. This a brake failure.
Oh.
So the car rolled downhill into me and was not stopped by any type of friction. It was just my leg between the two vehicles.
That's not fun.
That was very, very, very not fun. But so like day one, I wasn't really able to walk for more than like a hair's breadth of time because it had just been crushed, and I went on ibuprofen, tramadol, and acetaminophen all at once to give myself a semblance of the ability to move. Day two, things got more walkable and some of the pain had lessened. We're at day 5 now. The overarching pain is gone. It can bear weight for short periods of time. I can walk on it. But weirdly enough, the bruising started yesterday. And my best guess for that is the bruising didn't go to the surface immediately because it was all internal damage, not external damage. But I don't know because I'm not a doctor. I don't know how these things work.
So, yeah, that was going to be my question, to which I've already guessed the answer is, did you go to the doctor? Because like here in Canada, that would have been a foregone conclusion. A car smushed my leg. I am going to the doctor to make sure that there's no internal damage.
I am able to walk on it, so I did not go to the doctor because I am in America.
America, fuck yeah!
Even
there was a clip of Bill Maher that was going around Twitter today where he was like talking about how he was really like, people on the left always like compare us to European countries and Canada, but it's really not that good. And then of course, he singled out Canada to show the comparisons that are not necessarily positive. It's like, okay, well, that right there is just dishonest because a lot of the reason Canada is not as good as a lot of the European countries is because of our proximity to the States. We copy a lot of your bad ideas.
Yeah.
Like, I'd still rather live in Canada than the States because, free healthcare and all that. And yes, I know we pay for it in taxes. I know that very well. I know that more than most people because I actually have to like physically pay my taxes. It doesn't just come off my paycheck, and it's a lot of money that I pay, but like
it's still less than insurance.
Yeah, no, you can actually look at specifically what fraction of your taxes went to healthcare. I don't think I checked it last year, but before that, I had never paid more than $700 for the entire year for healthcare.
Yeah, whereas here, unless you're on an ACA plan, it's like $450 a month.
And that's before deductible and whatnot. We don't have
just
deductibles and shit. We just go to the doctor and then come home and everything's fine.
I just got fan art was just submitted in the middle of that story of me being crushed by 2 cars. That was fast.
That's canon now. That's canon.
It's canon. Yeah, a thing that actually happened in my real life is canon. Fritz Crafts, who's in my chat, actually so he was one of the ones who was coming over to my house to play cards, and he arrived as the brake failure had happened, as my leg was getting crushed. I've never seen that man run in the 5 years I've known him. I saw him run that time, trying to pull the cars apart. Not to great effect, but you know what? I appreciate it, and my leg
Appreciate the
appreciates it
effort.
too.
Yep. Yeah, but anyway, my point in bringing that up is that like he was being very dishonest by picking on Canada, but then even some of the stuff that he picked on, he's like, like 14 of the 15 cities with the worst air quality are all in Canada, and he showed like the location, or no, in North, like 14 of the 15 cities with the worst air quality in North America are in Canada, and he showed a map, and notably 13 out of 14 of them were all in Western Canada in the Alberta sort of area
Nixie Chan
where
and
we have
Yeaskull,
our tar
and
sands
Silverjay,
that
thank
we
you all for the recent
mine for
subscriptions.
oil in. And on top of that, Alberta is very much run by the Conservatives. They like you don't get progressive governments in Alberta. They like Alberta is our Bible Belt.
Alberta's the Texas of Canada.
Yeah, basically that's where Ted Cruz is from. It's also where Paula G is from, for what it's worth. But yeah, so
Look, in a past life.
Yeah, no, he left Alberta and then left religion. So, but yeah, so like it just struck me as like because he was saying like, oh, I am progressive, I'm for progress or whatever, but like not at the expense of blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, but you realize that the things that you're saying are actually like it's the conservatives making it worse. Like all of the problems you have are made worse by the conservatives, not by anything else. And like there was another one. What was it? So it was the air quality, and then oh yeah, well he brought up healthcare and how we spend this many billions of dollars on healthcare. It's like, okay, yeah, but like when you break it down per person, like I said, I've never paid more than $700 a year for healthcare. People that make more money than me pay more than me, but that's how progressive tax systems work.
Just reminds me of Dolores Umbridge in Harry Potter going, progress only for progress's sake should not be encouraged. I'm like, okay, sure.
Yeah. Rosina says, watch out for rhabdomyolysis. I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
You can Google that because I'm connected to the stream.
You have other monitors? I'm kidding. Don't do that. Your ADHD will do it. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, no, well, my ADHD. First, I want to cover the stories that we're not covering before my ADHD forgets that.
Yeah. This Fritz in the chat says, I wasn't moving a 9,000-pound Ford Excursion, but I tried.
It's crush syndrome. So that's something that you'll want to Google so that you can look for the warning signs of it.
Crush syndrome. Okay.
So it'll be... Oh, there's the hats.
Let's see
Let's start with Gandalf today.
Systematic manifestations resulting in crush injury, which can result in organ dysfunction, acute kidney failure, multi-system organ injury can also occur. I'm so glad I'm not a hypochondriac, because reading this would terrify me.
Oh, I absolutely am. My kids had lice this past week, and
You're checking every hat?
No, but like I did not have lice, but I was scratching my head all week. And yeah. Anyway, the news we are not covering. The Trump trial started on Monday. His first criminal trial made history. It's not really interesting news yet because they're still in the jury selection phase. Like the judge did dismiss Trump's motion for recusal.
And I know he was bitching on Truth Social that he's not going to be able to see something for one of his kids because of the trial.
Yeah.
But the judge literally said you could.
So his daughter runs a marketing agency that works for Democratic political candidates sometimes, which like it's a marketing agency. I imagine if the Republicans went to her, she'd probably work for both at the same time because agencies aren't in the habit of being like, no, I disagree with your politics, so I'm not going to make an ad for you even if you pay me. Maybe I'm wrong there. If anyone runs a marketing agency, let me know. But I feel like it's not just Democrats that she would work for. It's just that she happens to have worked for some Democrats. But also, like, he denied the motion. But also, like, if that were actually valid grounds for recusal, then I feel like Eileen Cannon should absolutely recuse herself because, like, it's not like a relative of hers received benefits from Trump. She was appointed by Trump. And she, like, my understanding is she's very much not qualified for the job that she has now, but Trump appointed her anyway because he liked her views. So like, if the judge in the criminal case, in this criminal case that just started, should recuse himself, then Eileen Cannon definitely should. But of course, they don't see the double standard there. But speaking of Judge Cannon, the other news story that we're not going to be talking about, this one's a little bit older, but I did want to kind of mention it, is that Judge Cannon asked prosecutors and defenders to propose two sets of jury instructions, both based on one of two hypotheticals that she was suggesting for an interpretation of whether or not Trump's documents are personal or presidential. And both of the criteria for the proposed jury instructions were not the way that law works. It was just wrong. It was incorrect according to the law. So Jack Smith, maliciously complied. He filed this big long thing. I read most of it, and it's fun to read because he is not happy with this. But like one of the headings for one of the jury instructions he wrote out, for instance, is the jury is incorrectly instructed that the defendant is authorized to possess any personal record regardless of classification, and the jury is then asked to determine whether each document is personal or presidential. So like right in the headings for his proposed jury instructions that Judge Cannon asked him to write is like, well, in scenario A, they are incorrectly instructed, and in scenario B, they are also incorrectly instructed. So here's a third one that you didn't ask for. That would be like actual correct instructions. And he prefaced this at the very beginning with like, we need you to rule on this before jeopardy attaches to the case. So that because like this is pivotal to how the case is going to play out. So if she rules that like she's going to issue instructions that don't actually work with how the law works, then he needs to have time to appeal that before jeopardy attaches to it. Because otherwise it'll just be like, oh yeah, no, Trump is innocent because the instructions that the judge gave to the jury made it impossible for him to be guilty. And then they can't do anything to retry it and get a different judge because jeopardy would be attached at that point. So it would be double jeopardy. But in his preamble, he brought up, what is it? A writ of mandamus, which is something that's not used very often outside of immigration courts. And basically it is going to an appeals court and saying, hey, this judge is not doing a thing that they absolutely need to do. So you need to force them to do it or remove them. So this could potentially be the thing that gets Judge Cannon removed from this case, which would be amazing. I could see it not going to that. Like I could see Judge Cannon at least being smart enough to realize that like, okay, if I don't play by the rules somewhat, or at least make a show of playing by the rules, then, you know, I can't help Trump out because like clearly that's her motivation here is to help Trump as much as possible. But at the very least, the 11th Circuit would be able to force her to actually rule according to like make a ruling on what the jury instructions would be. And then if the jury instructions she was issuing were incorrect, as she has very much hinted she wants to do, that still leaves Jack Smith enough time to appeal those jury instructions. And since the 11th Circuit has so far been very much on the side of this woman's an idiot, like just do your job sort of thing, I don't see this working out very well for her.
Oh boy. And these are the ones we aren't covering today.
This is what we're not covering. So
seems like we just covered them to a very small degree.
Yeah. It's like enough to get like okay, so the Jack Smith thing, opening arguments, covered that. Friend of the show, opening arguments, Thomas Smith, because we interviewed him, so I can call him friend of the show now.
You can, it's true.
Yeah. So yeah, opening arguments, covered that. They've got excellent coverage of it, and it's like an hour-long episode. We're not doing that, so go listen to that episode of their podcast. Jess is like, it cannot be understated that it's the 11th Circuit that says she's too much. I don't really understand how the whole circuit thing works down there, but my understanding is that the 11th Circuit is mostly a bunch of like hillbillies.
The
Is-
the circuits, from what I remember, are all based on geographical locations.
Yeah, so
yeah.
11th is the south.
Welcome to the Bible Belt, everybody.
Okay. So, oh, wait, there's one more thing. This is not a news story that we're covering, but I thought we should give this a watch because it's amazing.
Okay.
It's just a quick video clip.
Also, there was a fire at the Army's ammunition plant in Scranton yesterday. At the risk of invoking Billy Joel, do we know who started the fire?
On Niger, Jeff, no change in the U.S. force posture at this time. On the fire, I'd have to refer you to the Army because we didn't start the fire.
So I have no idea what the context for that was, but it was an official Pentagon press conference, and I kind of love it.
That's amazing.
Naramda says, Vice Rhino, for all your in-depth non-coverage. Thank you for re-upping your membership or whatever you do to get that little badge thing. I don't actually know how any of this works, even though it's my job. Okay. On to the articles that we are covering.
You don't have to know anything about the job to do the job. You just have to do the job.
I mean, to be fair, most of the jobs I've had, that's how it's been. The people who know the least about it always like were the ones that the higher ups loved the most for some reason. Anyway, so DeSantis tweaks Florida book challenge law, blames liberal activist who wanted Bible out of schools. So 2 years ago, Democrats repeatedly and forcefully warned Republicans and Governor Ron DeSantis that a new law making it easier to challenge school books was so broadly worded that it would create havoc across the state. Now they can say, I told you so. Well, we've been able to say I told you so for a while. Like, how long ago was it that we covered the dictionaries being banned story?
I think that was like a month and a half ago at this point. Might have been more.
Yeah. And this is still like an old news story. Like, this has been going on for a while. And it, like, right away, it was a big shit show. So he backtracked on the law, and he's signing a new bill to narrow its focus. He blamed liberal activists for abusing the law, not the citizens whose objections to certain books account for the majority of the removals from the school libraries and classrooms. But like, if you write a law that can be abused, and it is very easy to abuse, and people warn you in advance
Joker,
that
thank you
it
for
will be
resubscribing, and
abused,
Cathode Ray
and then
2,
you
thank you for
pass that
resubscribing
law
as well.
anyways, can you really blame the people who are abusing it?
You can blame a lot of the people who are abusing it depending on what they're doing still, but like
Yeah, but
generally speaking, if you make a
can't-
law like an idiot, then the lawmaker is where the primary concern is.
Yeah, like, I mean, like there.
Like this
there
is
are
why
ways you
malicious
could have phrased
compliance
it.
works. This is why malicious compliance is amazing.
Yeah, there's a way that he could have phrased it so that it would not leave it open to just anybody challenging shit. Like the tightening up that he's done is something like. We'll get into it later, but the details are like, if you don't have a child in the school system, you can only challenge one book per month. But like, if you don't have a child in the school system, why are you allowed to challenge books at all? The whole idea behind this supposedly is giving parents some control over their kids' education in the school system. So if you don't have a child in the school system, why are you still able to control it?
Yeah, that's
So
it's kind of a weird thing to actually care that much. If you're like like a 60-year-old politician, you're probably not having kids at that point, and you still really want to have a say in this when it doesn't affect anyone in your life, really.
okay, well, I'm getting ahead of myself here because there's actually like it's not the old aging politicians who are responsible for most of the book bans. We'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
So DeSantis said the idea that someone can use the parents' rights and the curriculum transparency to start objecting to every single book to try and make a mockery of this is just wrong. That's performative. That's political. This bill is performative and political.
Let's be honest, a lot of bills are performative and political in the United States.
Well,
That's
I mean,
why we put
a bill-
writers on them.
I mean, by definition, every bill is political.
Yeah.
That's what politics is passing bills and shit. If you manage to pass a bill that's not political, then I want to know how that happened, because definitionally that's not possible.
It's not political because it's not woke or something, probably.
Imagine a politician getting upset that something is political. Like, you are political. That's your job.
Your job.
Like, what? So PEN America, a group that fights book bans, issued a report on Tuesday saying that Florida is responsible for 72% of the books that have been pulled from the nation's schools in the first half of the current school year. And the group said that liberal activists are not the ones who should be blamed for abusing the law. The majority of books that we see being removed are books that talk about LGBTQ. Well, they forgot the G in there. I assume that's just a typo. Poor gay men. They talk about LGBTQ plus identities that include characters of color, that talk about race and racism, that include depictions of sexual experiences in the most broadest interpretation of that understanding. And those challenges are being made by conservative individuals and groups like Moms for Liberty. So it's not the liberals who are emptying their shelves. The liberals are targeting a very select few number of books that bring to light just how ridiculous the ban is, like the dictionary. The Bible should absolutely be
defines
banned.
the word sex, therefore bad.
Yeah. So like, that's what the liberals are doing. They're bringing to light how ridiculous the law is, whereas the conservative groups are the ones that are just spamming the system with remove all of these books. And with the way the law is, if I remember correctly, a book, the way the schools are handling it is, as soon as there's a complaint, the book leaves the shelves until that book can be reviewed. But they have so many thousands of books right now in line waiting to be reviewed that you'd have to have a full-time office building stuffed with reviewers just to review them, to get them all done in like 20 years. So like, it's effectively, as soon as a book is complained about, it is effectively banned, even if it's not actually banned.
Because it's the only way to make it. It's the only way to make that function at all.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that not being so, like, that's not functional, but it's the only way to make it do anything. And I guess I have to put up a different definition of function. Function in this case isn't doing something, because it's just spinning its wheels, because it's the only thing it can do. It can't function effectively.
Okay, I've got a request to read Ezekiel 23:20 in a very sensual manner. That's one of my memory verses. I don't have to read it. There she lusted after her lovers, whose emissions were like those of horses, and whose members were like those of a donkey. I might have gotten the donkey and the horse mixed up, because I often do. But that's it.
To be fair, so did Adam.
He tried them both.
None of these are suitable partners for me. I fucked everyone I've tried. God.
So yeah, the original law allowed any person, parent or not, district resident or not, so like, you didn't even have to live in the school district. You could then call up the district and challenge as many books as you want, as often as you like. And Rosina sent me $20 saying hugs for reading Ezekiel 23:20. I mean, if y'all are going to send me $20 every time I read dirty Bible verses in a sensual voice, I will get right on top of that. Oh, and Fennec says now Has Been Hotel music is playing in my head.
Yep.
So, okay.
First man, next to die.
Ooh, Morbid Palace cheered 15 bits. Thank you for that. So yeah, Has Been Hotel. The thing about that is that I actually I don't like the songs as much as you did. Like, they were catchy, but like, they're not anything that I'm ever going to listen to standalone. And I've seen the whole thing once, so I don't actually know the songs. Hat time. So I don't actually know the songs from Has Been Hotel. I couldn't hum the tune for very many of them. Stay Gone, I could do that one.
Stayed Gone's such a good villain song.
It is. Especially because the guy that is obviously a villain for the next season, that is a not villain, this one is the villain of that song. Yeah, no, for the most part, I don't know the tunes, but do you know what Gabby's Dollhouse is?
No, I don't.
It's a kids show where this girl named Gabby is like, she's like a young teenager, and she's like talking as though like all like little tiny children are in the room with her or whatever. And like it starts with live action or whatever, and she does like a little introductory thing, and then a bit of mail comes down, her little mail thing in the form of like a cat mailbox thing. And she opens it up and it'll be something relevant to the topic or whatever. And then she turns into a 3D animated cartoon and they go into Gabby's dollhouse and play with her cat toys. But in one episode, they didn't go to the dollhouse. They went to the dollhouse hotel. And there was a
Okay.
song that they sang 25 times in this like 10-minute episode. And it was so fucking catchy. And I heard it so many times that I actually know it. And so now when I think of music associated with Has Been a Hotel,
You
it's
think of the
hotel
Dollhouse Hotel?
music. Yeah, except instead of being the Dollhouse Hotel, it's the Has Been Hotel. So it's the same number of syllables, so it fits. So I
Yeah.
now have that song. Like I got that song out of my head not too long ago, but like before I started watching Has Been Hotel.
Mhm.
Then as soon as I became aware of that, I started doing it's the Has Been Hotel. Treat you so well, it's fantabulous. Leave it all to us at the Has Been Hotel. And that's not a song from that show, but because it's a musical,
I mean,
I don't know the music from it. That's what I do.
with those lyrics, that actually would fit in Has Been, because that's just Charlie being cringe. It would just work. Also, fun fact: I love that Lucifer's daughter's name is Charlie, and he's obviously still pissed about the violin incident from the Charlie Daniels Band.
Oh, see, I was going with it's Charlie's Angels because they're fallen angels.
It could be a double entendre, but for me, because the show
And
makes
okay, spoiler for the show: Baggy is literally Charlie's angel.
fuck. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Tales of Atonement says, "Oh please, Cirrus and Rhino doing Stayed Gone would be amazing."
See, I don't know all the words. I just know the tune.
But the question is though, would you be Alistair or would you be Vox?
Oh.
Can you do the fast speak he does for the first third of the song?
No.
Okay, because
I could do the slow part.
I can
And-
do the fast speak.
If you get me in the morning, I can hit all the low notes.
Oh, perfect. Morning before coffee. Jacob.
You wish that you stayed gone. And like I can actually hit that note in the morning. Like,
Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish that you stayed gone. Say hello.
Lesson
gonna-
Lucid says Rhino is Vox and Cirrus is Alistair. Sure.
But the problem with that though is, as much as I would love to do Alistair's part, if Rhino can't do the fast talking of Vox, then I have to do the Vox part because I can do the fast talking of Vox.
I mean, I probably could if I practice, but I don't usually practice those things. Like you know how many bits I do in my videos where like, so I'm like, I'm a semi-perfectionist where
Yeah.
like the mistakes that I make really, really bother me. But there are times like if I'm in the middle of recording a video, like often I will get to a point where like I'm just fed up. I just want to be done recording or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like, nope, everything from here on out, one take, doesn't matter.
Stop says, I love how easy it is to get us off topic. Yes,
Yeah.
duh.
There's a reason when I cut up the stream, I have a dedicated video to our random off-topic tangents.
And I don't cut off the off-topic tangents.
Those are the ones where, well, I feel we often do callbacks to earlier tangents. So if it's in a separate video, the callback doesn't make sense. But it's kind of funny that I think of it that way because like, you know, like I'm thinking of the new viewer, someone who's going to find like my standalone video on its own. And it's like, okay, well, I called back to an earlier tangent of that. So that needs to come out so that the new viewers, it makes sense for them. But then I have just a video of us talking about random shit that doesn't have anything to do with anything. And the title is usually with regards to something we hit in the middle of it. Like from last week's stream, I titled our random shit tangent thing off my Chrysler rant, which happens like almost at the end of it. And it's like an hour long. So they're going to be watching this be like, this isn't a Chrysler rant. So-
Axolotls is saying, Cirrus, get Rhino to pick a color. They're drawing this. Apparently they're drawing us performing stayed gone in some form or fashion.
Oh, well, just do it in the colors of the show. Alistair's like red and black. TV guy is like blue and black.
Yeah.
Go with that. Oh, I need.
What?
I want to show off my kids' artwork.
So do it.
Yeah, well, then I have to.
You just crop them out of the frame.
I know, but I don't like doing stuff like this live.
I mean, I'm here to entertain people.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Hey, everybody, have you heard about ShamWow? Jesus Christ. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me see here. Can I actually find the transcription? Yes! Oh my god, the ShamWow transcription is there. I found it. Hi, it's Vince from ShamWow. You'll be saying wow every time. It's like a chamois. It's like a towel. It's like a sponge. The regular towel doesn't work yet. This doesn't work wet. This works dry. This is for the house, the car, the boat, the RV. ShamWow holds 12 times its weight in liquid. Look at this. It just does the work. Why do you want to work twice as hard? It doesn't drip. It doesn't make a mess. It doesn't wring it out. You wash your hands and watch in the washing machine. Made in Germany. You know, the Germans always make good stuff. I'm just going to stop it right there because that line alone is comedy gold.
The Germans make good stuff.
The Germans make good stuff.
Also, there was the Army's ammunition plant.
No. Wasn't supposed to open that.
There's a video I saw of it was one of the guys who does like impersonations of different countries, and his impersonation of Russia was like, "We are going to start the next world war. It's time. Once we are done with Ukraine, everyone else is next." First person that comes up, United States. You sure you want everyone to be next? Are you positive? And then they go, "Are you sure you want to tell that to my friend over there?" And Germany's just sitting there going, "We must repurpose the Volkswagen factories. We're so back." Like, oh, nope, they're just gonna Russia against everybody. I guess they're going to deal with everybody war criming Russia. Morbid Palace says, "Wow, sirs, that was wild."
So that is my kid's angel.
It's a good angel dust.
It is a good angel dust. And let's see. I don't think I... what's... oh, no. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And that's Serpentious.
He's just
So,
licking a lollipop.
yep. My kid is fucking talented.
Tales of Atonement says Von Stroheim enters the chat. Wait, Von Stroheim, is that German science is the best science from JoJo's? That was so weird. He's like, his whole story takes place right before World War II. So like, he's a good guy, and then World War II happens, and then the rest of JoJo's happens after World War II. So if Von Stroheim comes back, they could just be like, there was a gray part of his story.
So Fenix says, "Very well done, but why are your children watching Has-Been Hotel?" Well, my two youngest have not, and my oldest is they're 14. So like, it's a bit young, but like all of their friends have seen it, and it's not like yeah, there is some pretty deep like the angel episode.
Yeah,
that one, like there's some pretty heavy stuff in there that is like, all else being equal, I would rather none of my kids are exposed to those ideas until they're much later, but like they have already experienced they've already experienced stuff that is like not obviously not to that degree, but like their innocence was shattered by forces outside of my control a while ago, unfortunately. And that's but that's, I'm not going to give details about that.
Yeah,
but, like, authorities were involved, and yeah.
I will say that almost every person who gets incredibly concerned about kids watching adult material, not like pornography, obviously, but like adult material is in something that's R-rated, movie, playing an M-rated video game, anything like that. every person who gets hyper concerned about that did that shit when they were a kid anyway. And 9 times out of 10, they're the same type of people who will go like, this happened to me and I turned out okay, but then they make a really weird exception when it comes to media they can effectively virtue signal about. I'll just call that what I think it is. I grew up watching South Park and Resident Evil. I think most people will be okay.
Zerask says on the early internet, I was watching much worse at 14. Yeah, I was.
The early internet.
I was watching actual porn at 14.
I was watching actual porn at 14 too. On the early internet, there was a website that used to feature like gore and executions, like pictures of post executions. And I remember a friend of mine in high school showing me that, and I was like, I didn't know why he was showing me it, but I was introduced to it at 14 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually have much better control over what my kids are exposed to than any of my parents did when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I have like parental controls on their phone that lock everything down, where like if they want to install a new app, they have to ask my permission first. And like they can't just browse the web anywhere they want. And like, yeah, no, it's
Davinia Robin says, isn't South Park transphobic? South Park is as problematic as it needs you to think it is. That is the point of South Park.
Yeah. Sakura says parental controls existed when you were a kid. They were just easy to bypass. Yeah. Well, not only were they easy to bypass, but my parents were split up. My father was very kind of like hands off with regards to that sort of thing. Like I know for a fact that he caught me with porn at least once, because I was an idiot kid who was like, I went to playboy.com because I knew Playboy was a dirty magazine.
Yeah.
And if you put .com after a company name, you often get to their website. And then the website
I remember
was like
pre-Google just putting .com at the end of random sentences, hoping I'd find something.
Well, you can find some nasty shit that way. But Playboy was like, if you want to see stuff, enter your email address. And I thought that was an age verification. So I'm like, if I enter an adult's email address, it will let me in.
Oh my God.
So I put in my dad's email address. And he didn't really talk to me, but he just kind of made a wry comment about it, which that's not necessarily the best way to go about doing that, but like he wasn't going to put parental controls on his computer because he saw it as kind of like a natural development sort of thing. And he was probably like, this was early internet days. He was probably a bit naive as to the dangerous shit that I could have
the type of things that would actually be on there.
Yeah. And my mother just wouldn't have even known how, like, I think she tried once, but it was so easy to get around.
The only way that, so back then, the way that you found out that your kid was doing something untoward on the internet was either it popped up when you typed something in the search bar, on the top search bar. It wasn't a search bar back then. It was just an address bar. Or alternatively, your computer got laden with so many viruses and you had to start asking questions somewhere. Mine was the latter. There's also, so Davinia Robin says, I know South Park made transition looked like it was easy and you can get bottom surgery without getting letters and such. Again, Davinia, South Park is a satire parody cartoon. If anybody is getting their beliefs from South Park, they need to reevaluate literally every decision they've made in their fucking life.
Okay,
from
but we're
top
also,
to bottom.
Cyrus, we are talking about people who believe Trump when he says, "I am the humblest person to have ever existed."
Oh yeah, no,
that's not actually what he said, but that's not far off from what he said.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I like, so the reason I say that, Davinia, on the flip side of that, if you play not Stick of Truth, but Fractured But Whole, the second South Park RPG game, the opening of it when you're creating your character is the most inclusive way you can have a trans character in a video game. When Mr. Mackey is explaining, like, he literally goes in depth on, hey, if you're non-binary, that means this, and it means these things, and if you're this thing, then I'll go ahead and put it on your paper, because it's him doing an interview for you, but it's the character creation sheet, basically, for the RPG. So That's why I said the South Park is as problematic as it needs you to think it is, because there are just as many people who will get pissed off that it's trans inclusive because of that when it's made by the game's made by the same creators as the show, as there are people who will get pissed off at its misrepresentations of trans people. It is the point of South Park. It wants you upset at something it did.
It's edgy for the sake of edginess.
Correct. It's edgy in every direction.
Yeah, Man Bear Pig.
Yeah, there are two Man Bear Pig episodes. The one where they were making fun of climate change, and then the one where they were like, okay, but it's real, and they had Man Bear Pig be real as their way of cementing in the allegory. Like, again, it's as problematic as it needs you to think it is. That is the entire point.
Yep. Anyway, back to the news item that we're ostensibly talking about. I think I already read this, but the original law allowed any person, whether they're a parent or not, or lived in the district or not, to challenge books as often as they wanted. The new law limits people who don't have students in a school district to 1 challenge per month, which is still too many for people that don't have students there. It says finally.
Hey guys, we're talking about news. Did you know that? Because I was just informed.
Yeah, and so just this week in conservative Clay County, one person challenged 40 books. And DeSantis campaigned very heavily on his education platform, which is basically a non-education platform.
Mm-hmm.
Termo 10 says, "Were we talking about the news?" Oh yeah. And so House Democratic leader Fentress Driscoll says it's just a big mess that DeSantis created, and now he's trying to disown it, but I don't know if he'll be able to distance himself from this because he campaigned on it so hard.
That's what happens when instead of campaigning on things you actually believe in, you just spend your time trying to placate a whole bunch of bigots. It's weird when they start doing the eating faces thing. Sometimes it ends up being your face. It's awkward.
Yeah. Okay, so I just got an email saying that somebody sent me money on PayPal, which means that somebody sent me a tip through Stream Elements, and I didn't see the notification, so now I'm kind of annoyed.
Jessa Proxy says, but he is a bigot. Oh, most certainly. However, as a politician, when everything you're doing is for the purpose of placating a base in one form or another, you can find yourself in some weird hot water.
So yeah, Anonymous sent me 420 to say that pun deserved a tip. And I'm sorry, Anonymous, but that was long enough ago that I don't remember what the pun was. So yeah, DeSantis created a big mess, and now he's trying to backtrack because he realized how unpopular it is and how big of a mess it is. So yeah, it's not the only example of the governor having to make adjustments to ideology he championed while seeking the White House. He also made concessions in the settlement of several lawsuits involving the state and Walt Disney World. So if you remember DeSantis versus Disney, DeSantis is such a shit person that he could make me root for the Disney Corporation.
Yeah.
They are fucking evil. Disney himself was probably a Nazi sympathizer. I know the guy who played Geppetto, who Disney had a hand in hiring, was basically a Nazi, which is very it makes Pinocchio much harder to watch. I don't mean Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is not a Nazi. Tom Hanks is delightful. Don't be hating on Tom Hanks.
I have a friend who his girlfriend's Jewish, and it is very hard for her to stomach anything Disney because of that associated history.
Yeah. They never distance themselves from it, really. And it's kind of gross. And I don't know, I have a love-hate relationship with them because they do have so many good movies. But I mean, modern Disney seems to have lost any sort of passion. They just see what makes money and are like, let's do that more. Yeah. And then when people stop coming to see that, we will do something different. We will pivot to something different that is easy and makes the live action remakes.
The live action remakes are also done so that they can maintain their copyrights, if memory serves, because there's
no, that's not how copyright works. It would be the trademarks that they want to maintain, because trademark you have to
trademarks for their merchandising.
Yeah, and copyright just expires eventually anyway, like whether they use it or not. That's how Steamboat Willie ended up in the public domain. Jassa says, but have you seen Wish? I have seen the first 20 minutes of Wish. It is. I completely understand the people who say it looks like you asked ChatGPT to write you a Disney movie.
I have never heard anything positive about Wish. It's weird. Like
it's not like the worst thing Disney's ever put out. Like see the crows from Dumbo, literally one of them named Jim.
So it's weird because
Wish is the Wish.com version of a Disney movie.
The last Disney movie that I watched all the way through, like a new Disney movie, was Encanto. And Encanto was really, really good. And then when I saw the advertisements for Wish, it looked like they were just making Encanto again, but with slightly different people. That's what it looked like to me at a glance.
What was the girl's name in Encanto? I'm drawing a blank.
Girl's name in Encanto?
Yeah.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
God damn it. Because,
Mirabelle.
Mirabelle. So, you probably already know this, but on the off chance that I'm about to blow your mind, did you know that the voice actor for Mirabelle is the same voice actor as Vaggie in Has Been Hotel?
That makes sense. So, every character in Has Been Hotel, after the pilot, because the pilot has a different voice cast, every character in Has Been Hotel, their voice sounds like somebody else I've watched, because it always is. Like, yeah. Keith David's is the obvious standout where you're like, yeah, I recognize you. Also, the fact that Keith David sounds absolutely nothing like Husk's original voice actor, so, like, it doubly stood out to me.
I don't actually remember noticing a difference.
But
it was also probably like a week in between my watching the first episode and the second.
Well, so the first episode isn't the actual first episode. The first episode is episode 2. The pilot episode on YouTube is the actual first episode of Has Been Hotel.
I think I watched that by myself at some point.
Okay, and the pilot episode did not have basically the Broadway cast that we have in the new one. Husk's original voice sounded like this. It's good, but it was very, like, generic wannabe tough guy.
Apparently we don't want to talk about Ron DeSantis.
Apparently not. Weird.
Okay. Fennec says, I love the new Husk better. Yeah, Circe and I actually just had a conversation right now, about, like today, about how Keith David should be more mainstream than he is. Like, I didn't realize that Keith David was Childs in the original The Thing. Well, I think what everybody thinks of as the original was the first remake. I think they did a different one like the 60s. I might be wrong there. I know there is a movie that like got a modern remake that the one that everybody thinks is the original from the 80s was actually itself a remake. I don't know. Okay. Diehard Anime Otaku says, did you watch the most recent episode of Bluey? No, I did not. I know that it's a big deal. And yes, I am going to. The thing is, my partner wants to turn that into like a big event with all the kids and do it all together. But her kids are on vacation with their dad for the week. So we're keeping ourselves isolated from that right now. But yeah. Anyway, back to DeSantis. So that was the Don't Say Gay bill that banned classroom lessons on gender identity and sexual orientation. And the Associated Press asked DeSantis' office for examples of liberal activists abusing the law, and it provided one. Friend of the show, Chaz Stevens, a South Florida resident who has often lampooned the government. He raised challenges in dozens of school districts over the Bible, dictionaries, and thesauruses.
Yay, let's just ban everything.
That was his thing. If you're going to ban things that mention sex, you got to ban the dictionary, got to ban thesaurus.
Got to ban the Bible. That's a weird thing to say in the chat, Jesse. It's me, your buddy, your friend. Absolutely nothing parasocial about it. I do not know who you are, but also hi.
You just crushed their parasocial relationship.
I did. I'd crush them like my leg.
Yep. The change to the law ensures that book challenges are limited for individuals like Chaz who do not have children with access to the school district's materials. DeSantis spokeswoman Julia Friedland said in an email. She didn't reply to follow-up emails requesting more examples. So, funny thing, the only example they could find of a liberal abusing the system was the one guy who, anytime laws like this are passed, he ends up in the news for showing the loopholes. So, like, that's the same guy that sent the "In God We Trust" posters to Texas school boards where it was written in Arabic because it didn't specify that it had to be in English. This is the same guy that erected the beer can Festivus pole across from one of the nativity scenes. Like, this is what he does. This is his thing. Is like, oh, there's a loophole in that law. I am going to exploit that. So like, it's very telling that that is the only person they could find that is a liberal abusing this law, so to speak. Meanwhile, you have Moms for Liberty challenging any book that dares to mention that gay people exist.
Imagine that being basically your special interest, as it were. Every single time a law comes out that is easily abusable, you're just like, hey, you should have made this a little more ironclad. Here's where you fucked up. That's just like that is a thing that you can just have as a legacy.
Yeah, so I guess he started his whole thing when 11 years ago he made national news when he installed the Festivus pole made out of beer cans across from a nativity scene displayed in the Capitol, and he was delighted that DeSantis' office singled him out. He said, and this is so Chaz. He says, when they need to make stupid stupider, they send me up. I'm part comedian, part activist, and part artist. I just want a better society, Stephen said. I'm an idiot, but a smart guy at the same time.
Jesus Christ. That's better than what the conservative version of that joke would have been. I'm stupid, but I identify as smart.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a first-time chat from... Oh, there we go. Fennec's on it. Thank you, Fennec. Just had a bot in the chat trying to get people to go to a website.
Fuck him.
No, I don't want to reward him with my lovely dick.
Hey. Okay, so don't fuck him, but... I don't know. Fuck it.
So in Florida, there's been a long-standing tradition, like this says DeSantis' predecessor, current Republican Senator Rick Scott, but it's been this way for like a couple decades now, I think, is that in the Florida State Capitol in Tallahassee, they have the third floor rotunda is designated the free speech zone, where anyone can just like peacefully demonstrate to show their support or opposition to whatever might be going on in the legislature. DeSantis enacted new rules where people could be arrested for just demonstrating there. For,
You're right. You're right to protest.
Ironically,
gone.
Rather ironically, given what a lot of the January 6th defendants are being charged with, the thing that he put it is like trying to delay or interfere with an official proceeding, which like that's almost verbatim the language that is in the statute that the January 6th defendants are being targeted with. Except the difference being like there's a difference between going to the Capitol Rotunda with a sign saying, hey, don't vote for this, and breaking into the Capitol to like violently stop them from voting for the next president. So like one of those is a legit thing that you don't want to happen, and the other is free speech. So
remember though, the party of lower government oversight.
Yep.
The party of small government.
Oh, yeah, DeSantis would say that he is a free speech champion, free speech defender. He eliminated the free speech zone in the Capitol building. So, do make of that what you will. Chaz says, "I didn't realize I have the power of millions. I'm just one guy, and I'm an agitator. I know my role in this." And Driscoll pointed out that DeSantis warned there would be problems with the book ban law passed in 22. He says, "We told him so. The Florida House Democrats on the floor, in our debate, in our questioning, we pointed out the vagueness of the original law, how it could be subject to abuse," she said. "Chaz is not the problem. It's folks who are taking liberties with the law that are the problem." So, yeah. There we go.
Well,
Well, it took us an hour, but we made it through our first news story.
we did. I'm
Yay.
so proud of us. And
I think that deserves a celebration. And the thing that I can do to
You're right.
celebrate, the thing that I can do to celebrate that you are going to fucking hate, but thanks to our last stream, I now have this audio that I can play anytime I like. So
I love that I couldn't hear any of that audio.
you can't hear that?
Nope.
Oh, that's because I have it. Oh fuck. Okay, I need to.
While you figure that out, I'm gonna go put pizza in the air fryer.
Oh, everybody in the chat is.
You got this. I believe in you.
Okay, can you hear it now? Oh no, I can't. I can't even hear that. Okay, that's not gonna work. Game. Let's try game. I might need to. Mixer. Game goes up.
Oh, well.
Okay. Cirrus will be back with pizza, and then I will make him very angry by playing that audio. Neuramdaput says maybe him not hearing is for the better. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Cirrus is streaming this as well, so all you guys in Cirrus's end of this,
Oh, well.
you're not going to get this much out of him on a normal stream.
Oh, well.
That's what he gets for leaving. They're just going to put it on repeat.
Oh, well.
Oh, did somebody redeem a... Oh, there's a hat.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm-
I think I fixed it.
All right. In 5 minutes, I will have delicious pizza. So, what was it? Oh, well. Die in a fire. I hope everybody rejects you for the rest of your life. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well.
I have that on a button now.
Oh, well. Can I have the coordinates to your house for purely innocent reasons?
Sure, let me just quickly Google the coordinates to one of the Supreme Court justices' house in a hurry for unrelated reasons. Someone redeemed a hat, so I think I have to put one on.
Tales of Atonement. What? Fuck you!
Oh, did someone just redeem one?
God damn it!
Yes.
Fuck! Fine. And Vice Rhino is probably going to be hitting the record button again because he's... Oh, wait, he doesn't have to! It's on a stream!
I've been recording this whole time.
Oh, whoa. There, you did it.
That wasn't a good one. So here's a better one.
Oh, whoa. Why? Why? Also, no, I still have no idea who you are, person. Jesus Christ. Old pal, surely you remember me. Yeah, sure. God, I remember the great times we had.
Reploid 404 says I've never been happier. Woo woo. Arizona abortion providers hope 1864 ban will spark change. A blue wave is coming. So this is bad news, but kind of hopeful. So Arizona is, they just passed some shit that made a law from 1864 go back into effect. Arizona became a state in 1912, so they're now literally going back to a law that is from before they were even a state. And interestingly, this is another thing that I learned from what's it called? Friend of the show, Opening Arguments. That's the podcast. is that the 1864 law, as with all of these abortion laws, was made specifically to protect men, not women. It was the male doctors who saw midwives who were performing abortions as encroaching on their business. So the reason behind this law was not to be like, oh, we need to protect the baby. It was a bunch of doctors being like, these women are getting in on our territory. Let's outlaw that so that they have to come to us for healthcare. So, yeah, it's fun how at the base of every anti-woman law is a man. It's just funny how that works.
We're all bottoms.
Anyway, in Arizona, the highest court reinstated an 1864 law that would ban almost all abortions and send abortion providers to prison for up to 5 years.
Yay! Imagine going to prison for performing a well-known, well-documented, and long-done medical intervention.
So they interviewed Dr. Ronald Eunice, who is an obstetrician and gynecologist who owns the women's center that they talked about earlier, and some color in the beginning where it was like, oh, they were sitting in the waiting room watching such and such show. Like, whatever, I don't need that. But he's the guy that owns the clinic that they were talking about. He says, yes, the 1864 law is jeopardizing abortion access in the state, but he, like some other providers, believe it will eventually lead to abortion being enshrined into the state's constitution, which that's also happening in Florida, where they have, I think it's Article 4 on the ballot is to add abortion protections to the Constitution. And basically, it drew the line pretty much the same place that Roe did. And even after, I think it's 24 weeks for that one. And even after that, there's still exceptions for the health of the mother.
Yeah.
So that would be a good amendment for Florida to have. And it has a really good chance of passing because last time it was polled, it was something like 20% of Floridians were against it, and they needed 60% to pass it. So yeah, every time abortion's been on the ballot, it wins, or access to abortion wins. So this is a really good way for Republicans to lose power. And so hopefully they just do, and then they make it a federal thing, and we don't need to have this fight again.
Republicans generally have been like a dog who catches a car with the abortion thing. Congratulations, you got the thing you've been campaigning for.
But
and now it's not a campaign promise you can make anymore.
But then it is a valid criticism of the Democratic Party that they have had plenty of opportunity to enshrine it in federal law, but have not. So that's valid criticism. Not a reason to not vote for Joe Biden in the election. Remember, if you want to send a message, vote as progressive as possible in the primaries, and then just suck it up and vote for the guy who's not Republican in the general. That's how you make progress without doing government overthrows and shit.
And Sakura says at this point, I think the Republican Party is a dying party. I don't think so, because mathematically, it's going to be impossible for them to be a dying party, because we are down to the point where there are two parties in the United States. We once had more.
I feel I don't know. I feel like the Republicans are on the verge of a split, and there's going to be the MAGA party and then the classic Republicans and then the Democrats.
But then that will be a split for one election cycle, and then So have you ever seen the channel CGP Gray?
Yeah.
Okay, so have you seen the video he did on political parties?
Probably. How long ago was it?
This was 3 years ago.
Then probably, yes. I think I've seen most of his stuff.
Okay, so the long and short of it, for people in chat who might not have seen it, is that if you have the voting system that we have in America, then it is always inevitable to end up in a two-party system. Our voting structure can't not end up in one. So
actually, ranked choice voting. Let's get some ranked choice in there.
That would allow us to have more parties. But with our system, with the first past the post system that we have right now, and after this I have to go grab my pizza, even if you have a split in the Republican Party, one of the parties will become the dominant, and then the other one will eventually fade out of relevance, and one will eventually have to become a bigger tent, because that's what happened when the Whigs lost their power to the Democrats early on, and the Republican Party was even formed in the first place. This splitting and then big tenting is the natural progression of a first past the post system. It always ends up this way.
Yeah. So I got to read this before it goes away in the chat, but Rosina sent a super chat, says, reminder, C-sections are abortions as they terminate a pregnancy. I feel like that doesn't count for the definitions of abortion that are usually used to outlaw it.
All right,
I
be
see
right
your
back.
point.
The pizza is finished.
I see your point, Rosina, but I don't think that counts. And then Ryan Hall says, I don't care what that person said, Rhino. I thought the cake shot at the end of one of your last videos was hilarious. That's referring to when I mooned everybody by wearing a frilly pink thong at the end of my video and like bending over facing away from the camera.
There we go.
Yeah, I should start an OnlyFans.
That was the first words I came back into, but I know you wouldn't be able to keep up with it.
No, I wouldn't. No, we were talking about my my mooning my audience in one of my recent videos on my main channel.
Jeez.
Because like every time I do something like that, there's like, you know, the comments are all divided. There's like a third of people saying never do that again. There's a third of people saying that was hilarious. And then there's a third of people, usually gay men in my experience, that are like, I want to see more.
Give us more.
Yeah. So I don't know. The gay men like me, apparently.
Apparently.
Um,
This pizza's amazing. Saki and I made homemade pizza last night.
nice.
Ground up some beef and sausage. Cooked
Eat
it.
more donuts, fill out that ass. I eat plenty of fucking donuts, man. They go to my gut. They don't go to my ass. My partner has the same problem.
No, cooked the beef and the sausage in this like spicy honey garlic wing sauce we got from Pepper Palace, and
Nice.
added in some not pesto sauce, added in some marinara sauce into it as well, along with a bunch of garlic.
Don't
And-
get that honey sauce on me. I
And
don't
then-
like the way it tastes on my chicken wing.
We shredded our mozzarella cheese off of a block, so that we had just like freshly shredded mozzarella on it, and made the dough we made from a package, but assembled it all together with some red and green bell peppers and some onions, and just baked that until it was crispy. And then we coated the crust with the garlic honey sauce too. It is delicious.
Yeah.
Also, I figured out
good.
who the person is. The Jesse Nelson person's not a Jesse Nelson. That's Channel Pop.
Okay.
They mentioned they mentioned taking a road trip on the East Coast of America and going to a Waffle House while one of our friends slept in the back when I had an inflatable bed in the back of my car. So that would be Pop. That would
Okay.
be Channel Pop.
All right.
Go back to the UK.
Go back to the news article. So, for now, Eunice is determined to keep performing abortions, which take up about half of his practice, at least until June, when the law is slated to take effect. Notably, this abortion provider is a conservative, and he used to vote Republican, but now he calls them idiots who refuse to shut their mouths about abortion. So, like,
They banged the drums about it for years.
Yeah.
All they could do. We need to save the babies. Why? So that you can get more uneducated voters? Shut up!
yeah. And now, like, some Republicans are actually like realizing that it's a losing issue, so are not getting on board with it. And they're saying it would take only a few Republicans to join forces with the Democrats to knock the ancient statute down, the Arizona Republic reports, and lawmakers could start the process to repeal the law as early as Wednesday. So, like, that'd be nice if they could repeal this law from the 1800s on regulating women's bodies. Rosina says, do you think a new conservative party would actually survive in the U.S. now? Yeah, I think they'd have a good chance, because there's a good number of Republicans who vote Republican because they feel like they have to vote Republican. But
feel
they
disenfranchised any other
fucking
way.
hate the MAGA side of it. Like, yeah, no, they feel disenfranchised because, like, the idiots like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert are making so much noise that that's what people associate with Republicans right now. So they're embarrassed to call themselves Republicans, but they don't have they don't have views that work with Democrats. So they would prefer to vote Republican, but they don't want to vote for those idiots. So yeah, I think if a more reasonable conservative branch of the Republican Party came out, or if they actually split and you had three parties, I think now first off, that would crush that would cause the Democrats to like win by a massive landslide if they split the Republican Party like that, which would be great. But the thing is, when you poll the general population, the Democrats always win.
Mhm.
When voter turnout is high, Democrats win. On the issues that the Democrats stand for versus the Republicans, the Democrats always win when you look at the whole the population as a whole. So if they split the Republican Party like that and the Democrats win by a fucking landslide, then I could see it be like the Republicans wouldn't get back into power for like a decade or two. I could easily see that happening. And I hope that something like that happens. And I just as much hope that the Democrats don't get complacent with that and be like, oh yeah, no, we win no matter what, so we don't need to actually do anything, because I could absolutely see that happening with the establishment garbage that's going on now. It's like, I very vocally suggest that people vote for Joe Biden in November because we know he's going to be the Democratic candidate.
Mhm.
That doesn't mean I like the guy.
We accept that he's here.
Yeah. So like in that situation, like on the one hand, I kind of want the Republican Party to be not strong, but like strong enough to actually present a challenge so that the Democrats have to actually do shit to get people to vote for them.
As opposed to
But,
just
um,
not being Republicans.
But yeah, I feel like the Republican Party is like, if they suffer a split like that, they're done for at least a couple decades until they get their shit back together.
Paige Wilder says $5 says the Democrats fumble the ball if they win big in 2024. I could agree with that.
Yeah. And Ryan Hall says Democrats need to be better. Stop focusing so much on just getting votes and being in power. Yeah. Actually make our country better. Yeah, I agree. And in 2016, everybody hates Hillary, but even she can beat Trump. Yeah. Hillary actually funded some of Trump's campaign in the early bit of that election, specifically because she wanted to run against him because he's a crazy person that she felt like she could beat.
Mhm.
And she absolutely should have beaten him, but she didn't. And so like that's the kind of mindset that I feel like the Democrats have. But like and so this is why I say vote as progressive as possible in the primaries, because that actually successfully sends the message. Like Joe Biden has altered his stance on Israel. Like he went from supporting Israel wholeheartedly and whatever the fuck they want to do to I am very heavily pressuring Israel to agree to a ceasefire because he saw what happened in Michigan. I think it was Michigan. I might be wrong on that, but
And he wants to keep his votes, and the only way
Yeah.
to keep his votes is
so
by doing that.
because people voted progressive, because people went out and voted for not Joe Biden, but still Democrat. And it was I think they voted no contest. So they very explicitly, they went out and said, we are doing this because we don't agree with your stance on Israel. He changed his stance on Israel to become more progressive. It's still not good enough. I'm not defending his current position, but it's better than it was because people went out and did that in the primary. So that is how you put pressure on these old white boring politicians who don't want to change shit to actually change shit. But like when it comes down to it in November, you need to vote for not Trump. Because Trump will Joe Biden will not change shit for the better as quickly as we would like, but Trump will actively change shit for the worse and make it so much fucking harder to do anything for the better in the future.
Biden hasn't yet smoked bomb a church. Trump has.
Not in the States, at least.
Not in the States, at least. Yeah,
And those weren't smoke bombs in other countries.
No, they were bombs.
Yeah. Although Biden did do less of that than Trump did, too. So there's that.
I'm glad that we can at least have fewer drone strikes per president as time goes on.
Yeah. Lesson Lucid says, vote Cthulhu, the greatest of evils. Indeed. Anyway, even if the law is stricken from the books, abortion providers in Arizona face deep uncertainty. There's nothing preventing the passage of more anti-abortion measures in the future. And in the State House, where election-denying GOP lawmakers recently spoke in tongues with his anti-abortion prayer team. Did you see that? I thought about covering that last week.
No, I didn't see that.
It was fucking nuts. They were like praying in tongues to open their legislative session in Arizona. It was fucking nuts.
Jesus Christ.
Like that is shit that like they freak out when a humanist gets up and is like, in the name of providing the best good to as many people as possible, let us do our jobs. And they freak the fuck out because that's religious discrimination against Christians somehow. Meanwhile, they get up there and like pray in tongues to open their sessions. Like, could you imagine if a Satanist got up there and did something the equivalent? They like Mark Driscoll, Pastor Mark Driscoll, he's on Twitter right now complaining about the satanic display at the megachurch because there was a sword swallower act that they hired where like he took off his shirt and swallowed a sword. He's like, that's like a stripper. It's the spirit of Jezebel.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
evil. Yeah, that's his whole thing right now. So like, just imagine if a Satanist got up there and started speaking in tongues in the same way they did. They would be freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, because they don't associate it with the god that they worship. Like, I'm gonna be honest. If you speak in tongues, you're either lying or deluded. That is one of those.
Most are deluded, I think.
That is one of those practices that I can say with 100% confidence.
The guy who checked his cell phone while he was speaking in tongues is probably lying, but most I would say are deluded.
Just in there, and then they're just like staring at Twitter the entire time.
He sounded like he was taking a difficult shit. Anyway, Arizona's Attorney General has assured providers that they will not be prosecuted for performing abortions as long as she's in office, which is good, but like, there's nothing guaranteeing that she's going to be in office forever. And there's a 7-year statute of limitations on stuff like this. So like, there's a very good chance that she's not going to be in office. And if she's replaced with a Republican who's anti-abortion, they can come after them for things that happened under her watch. So
Yay.
That's garbage. Again, just a reminder, this is an 1864 law. A law from, when was the Civil War? It was like 1867, wasn't it? That it ended?
I want to believe that those are the years that it happened, but I
This
keep
is
hearing
like-
from Tim
this is
Pool
like-
that it was last week.
This is like sometime around, okay, American Civil War, not the movie. So it's 1861 to 1865. So this law is from the time of the Civil War. Back when doctors, like there was doctors that were pushing for this, to be a doctor in 1864, you didn't have access to anesthetics. You had laudanum, so it was like an opiate, and that was basically it. But like, you couldn't put someone under for surgery. If a soldier got shot in the arm, they would just chop off the arm as a precautionary measure because they didn't have antiseptics, and it was probably going to get gangrenous. Like, yeah, no. Ryan Hall is saying dentists were doctors. Barbers were doctors. Like they weren't actual doctors, but like if you were in a small town out in the middle of nowhere and you got sick, you would go to your barber and he would slice your arm so that you could bleed.
You know that scene in Puss in Boots where he dies, comes back, and the dentist, barber, therapist person is sitting there going, "It's my professional opinion. You should take it easy. That's my opinion as a doctor. My opinion as your friend or as your barber, however, like that
So
that
you need
unironically
these
was
lesions.
what happened."
Yeah. Atlas and Lucis says barber surgeon. Yeah. And a lot of the barbers, like germ theory was still new back then. So like a lot of these barber surgeons didn't know that they should probably sanitize the knives that they're the things they were using to cut people's hair and shave people's beards before using them to cut into people's skin to make them bleed. So like,
Or they
that's
would
the
wash
state,
in
that's the
still
state of
water.
medical science when this law was passed. That is regulating how women get their medical care.
When did we stop washing in still water? I'm actually curious now.
It was in the 1800s, but it depends on where you were. If you're like out on the frontier where you don't have access to anything and your barber is your doctor, 1864, yeah, you're still washing your hands in still water. But like the doctors in the big cities or whatever would have known better by then. At least that is what the 90s TV show Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman has led me to believe.
It took till 1875 for modern sterilization practices and scrubbing of hands to be widely practiced.
Yep.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
scary.
And then antiseptics like alcohol like not the kind that I'm drinking, but like the kind that makes you go blind. Wasn't until like World War One that started being used in medical practice. Like, yeah, no, this is it's barbaric, the type of medicine that was being practiced when this law was in effect.
Titan Uranus says, "What is still water?" So, it used to be that there was a washing station in houses and in facilities, and the washing station typically comprised of
It's just a bowl of water.
It was or usually a bucket.
Yeah.
If you were like royalty, you might have a bowl, but a lot of times it was just a bucket because that was readily available, and you would just wash in the station, and then you change out the water at the end of the night. So this was a practice that doctors would use as well because people didn't yet know that still water garners contaminants. Not just the contaminants that you wash your hands in, but like the air around has microorganisms that will contaminate still water. It's the reason why when you there's a video of a dude like taking a cup and dipping it in glacier water and then just taking a drink directly, and everybody like looking at the videos freaking out going, that's just still water. It looks clear because it's out near a glacier, but that doesn't mean that you should not use iodine or not boil it or not do something to sterilize that water first.
Yeah. So Carrie Lake, the Arizona Senate candidate, once ballyhooed. Let's use the word ballyhooed more often in our news reporting, shall we? So it's like that's a word we don't see very often. She ballyhooed the 1864 law, meaning she supported it. But now she is behind the Democratic rival in her race. And she's decided that as part of her strategy, she's decided to say like, oh no, this law is actually not good. It's out of step with Arizonans. So hopefully that's too little too late, because like we all know that Carrie Lake is not going to give abortion protections if you elect her. Because she's a piece of shit. But yeah, so when polled in 2022, only 28% of voters in Arizona approved of the 1864 law. That actually seems freaking high to me. 28%, like that's almost a third of Arizonans were in favor of this law. I mean, that's obviously not going to win elections with those kind of percentages, but that still seems abnormally high for like, yeah, we approve of a medical law passed in 1864. But anyway, amid the uncertainty, abortion providers say they're hanging their hopes on what's become an increasingly effective way to undo bills passed by Republican legislatures, which is relying on voters to enshrine abortion rights into state constitutions via ballot measures, because abortion, access to abortion, always wins at the ballot. Always. Senshini says, stop at Stream Elements, send is not food. Which is that's a bot that I set up because I have a treat stream thing where you can actually like send me a burger from Wendy's, which is I think the only thing that I set up on it. Because like I did it as a, oh, it would be neat if somebody did this sometime thing, and then I forgot about it and I never talk about it, so nobody has ever done it yet. And it's probably for the best, because like every time I start a stream I remember that that's a thing, and like, oh, I don't feel like eating that right now. What if somebody sends that to me? That would be annoying. But then I remember that nobody's ever done it, so that's not a risk that I have to, and then I don't bother to update the bot to take it off. Anyway, that's unrelated. Whatever. So in the wake of the decision to reinstate the 1864 law, a popular ballot measure giving Arizona voters the chance to add abortion rights to the state constitution in November is gaining momentum, even as Republicans strategize the measure's defeat. Rosina, welcome to Basic. You basic, Rosina. Rhino suddenly gets 20 hamburgers sent to him. I hope not. Because that's the one burger that I set up there is the Baconator, which is a really fucking good burger, but like, no.
You know, it's weird. I used to like Baconators a lot. And I don't
You are green now, Rosina.
really go for them anymore. Maybe it's because I live like relatively close to a Wendy's. But I don't know, something about them just doesn't taste right anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Wendy's, I don't know if this is in the States as well, but the Wendy's in Canada have an onion burger now, which is actually really good. It would be better if there was bacon on it, but I just love bacon. What can I say?
Bacon is amazing. It's true.
Ah, feed Rhino's entire family out of spite just for him telling us not to. Okay, if a bunch of you send me baconators on this thing, okay, first off, I think I remembered to set up the cooldown on that one. So like I can only get like one every hour or so. But if I get a bunch, then yeah, I know what the kids are taking for their school lunches tomorrow. Anyway. Yeah, so Isaacson, a longtime abortion provider, says his medical group will continue offering services until we can't. He worries he might have to shut down for several months before the election brings more clarity about the future. If he shuts down, he will still have to pay rent and bills for leased equipment in his office. And worse, there may be painful layoffs of the small staff that he calls his second family. So by restricting abortion, you're hurting working people. And he says now they're taking steps back from the chaos and trying to figure out the best way to move forward in the short term. Dr. Gabriel Goodrick, who owns the clinic that provides a third of the state's abortions, says that she was holding... I love this picture here. We need to do more of this like propagandistic type of stuff. It was like, I was holding foster kittens in my lap when I learned of the court's decision to revive the 1864 law. Because like Republicans,
oh my God.
The anti-abortion people, they think of people who are pro-life or pro-choice rather as being like a bunch of baby killers who like are plotting in back rooms to sell organs on the black market to make lots of money for their abortions or whatever.
I mean, I am, aren't you?
Shh, we're not supposed to admit to that, sirs. Come on. George Soros isn't going to send you a check if you keep admitting to that out loud.
His payments have been really scant lately.
If at all. But yeah, so I kind of like that they're kind of combating that like back alley dealing in harvested organs thing with like, I was sitting there cuddling my kittens when I heard about this horrible news. But,
meanwhile, you're gonna have some Republican propagandist counter that by going, look, liberals are all lonely cat ladies.
There are fucking billboards in my area from anti-abortion groups that talk about how like, oh, a baby sucks its thumb from 9 weeks after conception in the womb. And I suspected that was bullshit, so I looked it up. They don't have digits at 9 weeks after conception. How can they suck their thumb? They don't have a thumb. It's a little pseudopod at the end of his little thing. Like it's not even a hand yet, but they're sucking their thumb. Sure, what the fuck ever. Hey, come on. They just lie so blatantly. But
they know
yeah,
people aren't going to fact check them.
So Goodrick vows that the clinic will not close its doors. In the worst case scenario, she envisions it staying open to help women get to other states for abortions and provide legal reproductive health care to women in Arizona. Yeah, let's hope Arizona doesn't pass one of those bills that Texas passed, where it's like bounty hunting, like, oh, you helped someone get an abortion out of state? Let's all sue you for $10,000, and as many people as possible can sue them. Like, whatever. I don't know. It's bullshit. Anyway.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, that's basically all I wanted to say on this one. So it's a bunch of bullshit. We're gonna end on some positive news today.
Okay.
Very rare thing here, because we talk about the Republicans doing stupid shit, and unfortunately they're very successful with a lot of their stupid shit. So positive news today. Anti-LGBTQ plus bills keep failing. Could the tide be turning?
Okay. I could get behind this.
Yeah, so as trans people continue to be targeted in state legislatures, they are finding mundane tasks like using public bathrooms and finding new doctors risky, according to a recent poll. So, for example, in Florida, DeSantis, come on, fuck off. Some trans folks say that they are peeing in bottles to avoid harassment that they face in public bathrooms.
What? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it was like we're treating trans people like Amazon workers. Which is a bad thing, by the way. That was a joke about how badly Amazon treats their employers. So,
yeah. Falcon fans is like the Democrats don't do stupid shit. So it's not that they don't, Falcon. It's that you're an idiot.
I remember Falcon. So no, starting with you, Cyrus. In Georgia,
Yay!
the battle over anti-LGBTQ plus legislation lasted until the final hours of this past legislative session. In the end, no such bills passed or even made it to a vote in the Georgia House, in spite of Republican majorities in both chambers. Was March 29th the day that you were at the Capitol?
Shit, was it? It might have. It was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I'll know if I look on my my YouTube channel.
Oh no, March 29th was the Friday. You were there on a Wednesday.
Yeah, I was there on a Wednesday.
Because I remember accidentally canceling twit tweets because I thought that that was you saying that, like, I'm not going to be available because I'm activisming.
Look,
But
they were doing stupid shit, okay?
yeah, but your actions made a difference is the point of this news article.
All I did was bitch out Bill Cowsert.
Yeah,
And
and being
it wasn't-
bitched out by a bunch of people who are like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" made a difference. It made them think, "Hey, this is a powerful issue that people care about, and if I'm on the wrong side of it, I will lose my election." So, good job, Cyrus. You did a fucking activism and you made a fucking difference.
I don't feel like mine was I mean, it was part of a bunch of people.
You contributed.
A bunch
Don't
of people
minimize
did
it, Cyrus.
stuff.
Yes, and the bunch of people is what made the difference here. So I have a first-time chatter who's asking me to say hi. I don't normally say hi, but it's your first time chatting, so hi.
Hi.
Hey, amigo. Frank XD6046. So yeah, Jeff Graham, executive director of Georgia Equality, waited in the state house past midnight on March 29th with around 30 other people, most of whom were trans or the parents of trans children. Graham told the 19th, which is like, this is coming from LGBTQ Nation. They seem to be a similarly focused news organization. That many had been there all day working intensely to meet with lawmakers. When it was all over, Graham said the exhaustion of the group was palpable. They had just fought the greatest number of anti-LGBTQ plus bills ever introduced in one session, and not a single one passed. Not a single one. In Georgia!
Yeah, they all kind of failed here.
Yeah. No, they're failing everywhere, Cyrus. Like, I'm not talking about New York. I'm not, like, Georgia, well, I don't know if they've mentioned Arkansas, but like, it's Bible Belt places. They failed.
So I will say one thing that I think helped out a lot with the bill that I was there to protest. And this was not me. This was the general makeup of the lobbying group that I was with. A lot of the people who were lobbying were parents or grandparents of people who were trans, and they were there on behalf of their family members.
Yep.
I think that probably spoke more to the politicians that were there at the Capitol. If you want to know which politicians said what, I did a Twitter thing where I was basically mumbling on Twitter about each conversation I was hearing and from who. But the like, hearing a grandma bitch out an old senator because their grandchild is trans and they're advocating on behalf of the grandchild, like, I think that probably had way more weight than anything I did. It's very, very effective to be like, hey, I care about this because I am a parent and my child is like this. Especially for conservatives, where their platform has to be built on the children thing right now because of their stances on abortion. Like, they don't have a choice. They've bit that bullet.
Yeah, so mega politicians in Georgia tried it all in service to their anti-LGBTQ plus agenda, including silencing debate and gutting unrelated popular bills that had bipartisan support to ram through policies that would have put young LGBTQ plus Georgians in harm's way. They failed. So, yeah, I know you're minimizing your part in that, but you played a part in that. You were part of these Georgia politicians who saw people coming out repeatedly to bug them about it and be like, hey, we don't actually support this. And so, like, no one interaction is going to change their mind, but when they see so many of them, it has an impact. You can't walk past these people every day on your way to your job and ignore them the entire time. So, like, stop minimizing yourself, Cyrus. It happened in Florida too. So Florida was also unable to avoid the momentum of the political shift. This session, 21 out of 22 anti-LGBTQ plus bills failed. And this is a marked improvement from last year when they enacted 6 anti-LGBTQ plus bills. And that's more than the 7 previous years combined, according to the Human Rights Commission or Council.
I would hope that it's not just HRC had people out there as well. It was HRC and Georgia Equality. Georgia Equality is who I went with, and HRC set people as well. But I'm hoping that it's not just that it's an election year. I'm hoping it's not just that it's an election year and that's why we're seeing some of those bills fail. I would hope that it's a legitimate zeitgeist shift. But there is the fact that this is an election year, and that does have an effect on how senators push through bills.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I want to be as happy as anybody else is that a lot of these bills failed, but it's also 2024, and that is worrying enough to me. And I don't know if it should be, but to my ill-informed mind, it is.
Okay. Even taking that into account, if they are just voting against these bills because they know it's an election year and they'll be more likely to be reelected if they vote against them, then that shows an awareness that the cultural zeitgeist has shifted. If we vote against these things, or like if we vote in favor of these bills, the public doesn't like it. And if I want to keep my job and keep my power and keep my easy money, because let's face it, being in the government in the States right now is an easy paycheck, and it's a big one.
You have all your benefits paid for. You have your vacations paid for. Your base salary is $25,000 a year, and you make a per diem of $230 a day.
You think Marjorie Taylor Greene puts in 40 hours of work every week? No. She fucking slacks off and just takes her paycheck. So they know that their position of power is in jeopardy if they don't support LGBTQ rights. They are starting to realize that. So yes, it might be a callous, this is an election year, so if I vote against it, then I can tell my constituents that I voted against it, so they will be more likely to vote for me. But even if they're doing it in that cold, calculated manner, the fact that the population has shifted enough to make that something that they see as a favorable thing for them is a good thing. Even if they will go back to voting for these things for the next 3 years. Because it's indicative of the larger shift.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
Kentucky,
hope that that's the case going forward.
Yep. Kentucky, every single one of their anti-LGBTQ plus bills also failed this session. So Kentucky has not passed an anti-LGBTQ plus bill for nearly a decade. However, Texas and Florida flooded the news with transphobic attacks, and the rhetoric spread to other southern states, and Kentucky included. So Kentucky tried to pass more bills this year than they have in the last decade, but they failed.
And then failed.
Every single one. In 2023, so it was last year, last season, the legislative seasons don't quite match up with the years, so this is not the season they're talking about, but the previous one, Kentucky did pass one of the most transphobic laws in the country. So in one bill, the state banned students of all ages from being taught about sexual orientation or gender identity, banned them from using washrooms that aligned with their gender identity, banned gender-affirming care for minors, and banned students up to the 5th grade from learning about sexuality and sexual development. So this is where my kind of hesitancy with this is coming, is are these bills failing because they already passed the big ones and the rest is just the small shit that's going to make people look bad anyway? Because if they passed all the big shit last year, then they don't need to worry about the small shit this year. But still, they didn't pass anything in the last legislative session that's anti-LGBTQ. So that's still a good thing in today's political climate.
It's a good thing. I still worry that it's not good for the right reasons.
Yeah. But it's clear that the anti-LGBTQ agenda is starting to fail both in Kentucky and across the country, and rightfully so, said Trey Grayson, former 2-term Republican Secretary of State of Kentucky. The Republican, And he is now also the lobbyist for Kentucky Competes, which is a coalition of LGBTQ supportive businesses. So the fact that a Republican can be a lobbyist for such a company is like, yeah, that's shows the greater shift. It's like I've often said about religion, is that like they do progress eventually. It's like the Christian apologists today complain about progressive Christians, but if they go back in time 100, 200, 300 years, they will be condemned as being too progressive. Like, not with that language, but like, you would allow women to wear pants? How dare you? You would allow women to preach? How dare you? I mean, there's still some that don't allow women to preach and would prefer that they not wear pants.
I mean,
That's actually-
that last one's for very different reasons, though.
That's actually one that I've never really understood, because like my understanding is like wearing a dress or a skirt is supposed to be for modesty, but like you're wearing the thing that's open on the bottom that makes access for sexual fun a lot easier than pants. It's like,
It's
if
because
you're worried about
pants,
purity, would pants not? Yes, because pants are more form fitting and they show off.
they leave less to the imagination.
There are pants that can still leave a lot to the imagination.
Yeah, parachute pants exist.
Log cabin Republicans exist.
Not in the same way they did 10 years ago. They've actually been ex-Log Cabin Republicans have been very vocal about the fact that their party, their organization got usurped by a bunch of very, very bigoted people. Weird, right?
Yeah. So anyway, Kentucky now joins other states across the South, including Florida, Georgia, and West Virginia, where nearly every single anti-LGBTQ measure introduced in the state houses was defeated. So that gives me hope. Even if it's for the wrong reasons, we can't expect Republicans to do things for the right reasons. But if they do the right thing for the wrong reasons, that's better than them
It's
doing
better
the wrong
than
thing.
nothing.
Yeah. So
It could be much worse.
it does give me hope.
No, that's fair.
Okay.
It's something.
Now on to the tweets. Daniel, who's their tag is Darwin to Jesus, so that's fun.
Oh boy.
Says, as an atheist, I thought the God of the Old Testament was totally immoral, but when I discovered faith and recognized the Christian God's existence, I faced a tough question. Without a divine standard, weren't my moral judgments just opinions? I realized I had no ground to judge God's actions. Either morality is subjective and just an opinion, or it comes from a perfect creator.
So how about this one? Morality is an opinion. It's an opinion held by you, and also an opinion held by your God. And your original opinion was the correct one.
Yeah, so
Because
what I
divine
find-
command theory is still just God's opinion is this.
So yeah, it is absolutely. Yeah, morality is subjective specifically because, like, if subjects don't exist, then there is no morality. So like it is the existence of morality is dependent on the existence of subjects, so it has to be subjective. But putting that aside, I found it quite telling. Is like he had to convert to Christianity first before he recognized the problem with the atheist moral system. So it's not that there's an inherent problem with the atheist moral system that he realized was a problem, and then that caused him
That
to
he took
convert
on
to
a belief
Christianity.
and now it has
It's that he
baggage.
took on a belief, and that belief requires you to think whatever about atheist moral system, and so he thought whatever about atheist moral system. So he abandoned thought. He abandoned moral thought in favor of God said it, therefore it's good.
He took the easy answer.
Yeah.
He took the easy answer, and it shows. This reminds me of the dude who used to work on my computers, who I haven't spoken to in years, and I don't know what's going on with him. But his daughter began dating a Catholic back when I still would go over to his house for computer repairs. And I remember the boyfriend specifically saying in these exact words, I think ultraviolence is fine so long as God ordains it. And I didn't know how to respond to that in somebody else's house.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
there's a, oh boy. There's some implications for that.
There indeed are. And Oliver Burdick says, Muslims worship a god, Hindus worship a god, atheists worship a god, Christians worship God.
No, your god is still a god. Until any of them have been proven, they're all opinions.
Well, also Muslims worship the same God as the Christians. It's like Old Testament
Yeah.
God is the same God. I know they're like
It is Allah.
there are differences, but like there are differences between Christians as well, but they don't call them different gods. So like, but the differences between the Christian God and the Muslim God are of the same degree. So
Also,
yeah,
atheists.
y'all worship the same God.
Atheists
Atheists-
also don't worship a god.
No.
Unless the
We do
the
not.
god is like my girlfriend's thighs, in which case, sure, I'm willing to accept that is a god that I have. But that's not the same thing.
Also, Hindus don't worship a god; they worship many gods.
There's quite a few.
Yeah, depending on which version of Hinduism you're looking at, there are potentially millions of gods in Hinduism. But yeah, no, this actually kind of reminds me of the early days of the internet. If we go back there, back when I was a good little Christian boy, I joined several Christian internet relay chat channels. And in one of them, I very distinctly remember a Muslim showed up at one point accusing the Christians of polytheism because they believe in the Trinity, but Muslims have the one God. So like, you ask a Muslim about this statement, they're going to be like, Christians worship multiple gods. And as a Christian, I thought that was ridiculous. How can you not see that the Trinity is three gods? It's one God in three persons or whatever. But as an atheist, like I look back on it and be like, no, that was just semantics to get out of the fact that you're polytheist. It's multiple gods. And that's not even getting into the fact that Satan is the evil god, the saints are the demigods, the angels are demigods, the demons are evil demigods.
It's just semantically changing the names of
Yeah.
them. Also, the whole what's funny, there was a person who I did a debate with a long time ago, who was Catholic, and when I was a Christian, I was a Southern Baptist Christian. Now, technically, I was non-denominational, but I'm sorry, non-denominational is just Southern Baptist 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
And I remember the idea of worshiping a god was muddled down so badly when I was being taught religion in school, because I went to a Christian private school. If you were playing a video game for too long, that was worshiping a god.
Yeah.
That like anything could be worshiping a god so long as you were willing to twist that definition hard enough. So I brought that up to this Catholic person before we ended up doing our debate, and they had to point out to me like, hey, in Catholicism there's 3 versions of worship. So like if you're a Protestant, you hear worship the Mother Mary, and it sounds like blasphemy because you're not supposed to do that, which is the argument that was given to us about not playing too many fucking video games. That was a form of blasphemy. But then when you're talking to a Catholic, they have 3 tiers of worship, and each tier of worship is for, this is for the saints, this is for the Mother Mary, this one is for Jesus. And it's the same as having different kinds of love, where you've got the love you feel for your friends, and then you've got the love you feel for your loved one, and the love you feel for a parent, and they're all different types of love. But apparently, a bunch of Protestants don't understand that nuance. They can't for some weird reason. So you get buttfuck opinions like Oliver's here. Because again,
Yeah.
as a kid, I was told playing Banjo fucking Kazooie for too many hours in the day was a form of worshiping a deity. No, I don't
Meanwhile,
fucking
Fennec
care.
is over here going, lemon cake.
A god, lemon cake. A
Fennec
god.
is worshiping that lemon cake. You go, Fennec. You worship that lemon cake. But anyway, the next one is not in response to this directly, but in response to an atheist saying that, like, hey, atheism means that we don't believe in God. So no, we don't have a God.
That's the point.
Yeah. So then this guy responded to that with, atheists hate what you when you call it a religion because it reminds them of their deep and unshakable faith that there is no God.
Wait, hold on. Religion wasn't brought up in the original post, nor in the subsequent one.
Nope.
And a deep and unshakable faith that there is no God. Then, if it's a deep and unshakable faith that there is no God, then then the second poster is
then
correct.
yeah.
What?
Well, then the first poster is incorrect. That the atheists worship a god. No, they have a deep and unshakable faith that there is no god. So that's not worshiping a god by definition.
The fuck?
But it's not a faith. It's just like,
Reading comprehension is dead.
well, there's also like this gets into like this. The whole thread devolved into the definition fight. Like, oh, is an atheist someone who has the burden of proof and is making the positive claim that there are no gods? Or is it someone who just lacks a belief in God? It's like, okay, maybe for a formal debate, that's an important discussion to have before you go into the debate so that you are using terms in the same way. When it comes to a just random Twitter discussion, if somebody says, I don't believe that God exists, that is not them making a claim that they now have to defend.
No,
That is
it's-
them just saying, like, when you say God exists, I don't believe you. Like, the
Can
only
you
time,
can you defend that claim? Okay, yeah. I said I believe the thing,
yeah, but
so I do.
the only time you would need to defend that, though, is if you're actually trying to convince the other person. A lot of times these people are just like, yeah, no, that's not how it works. And they don't actually care whether or not you agree with them or believe the same thing as them. They're just like, yeah, no, I don't believe this. And like, if you don't care about convincing other people, then no, you don't have a burden of proof, even if you are making a positive claim. So even if you insist that atheism is the claim that there are no gods, someone can still call themselves an atheist and not care about convincing you of that.
I don't know if there is one.
Like,
and
not
I
everything,
don't care.
not everything has to be a formal debate. And that's one of the things that apologists always lose track of, is that they just are like, oh yeah, atheists nowadays are just about how, like, oh no, they don't have a positive. Well, technically they do if blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, yeah, but
the,
your average,
the positive
talking,
claim
like,
is I don't
Oh.
believe the thing.
ostensibly these people are trying to train Christians in how to talk to atheists so they can convert them to Christianity. But like, if you convince an atheist that the definition of atheism includes an implicit positive claim, that's not going to convert them to Christianity. That's just going to be like, okay, fine, I guess I'm agnostic then. Bye.
But so
Like, that's the best case scenario for the outcome of this fight.
you and I both know the quote from I don't remember if it was Eric Hoven or Kent Hoven, where they said, "Oh, but you're not an atheist. You're agnostic, and that makes you one step closer to coming to meet my friend Jesus."
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't recall ever hearing that, but no. You know what? I know there is a God because I can do this.
Well,
That means that God loves me.
your skin is not your own.
I mean, technically, I'm just a brain that's driving a skin suit that's like powered by muscles over a skeleton.
Technically, everything is a mecha anime because we are all flesh mecha.
We are flesh mecha. Yep. Sudden and unexpected. This is the one that's going to get me the strike for medical misinformation or whatever, because YouTube's
What the
bots
fuck
are
is
notorious
turbo
for
cancer?
I don't fucking know. But the CDC has warned that the COVID-19 vaccines have caused at least a 14,000% increase in turbo cancer cases across the United States. According to newly released data, there has been a minimum of a 6,113% increase in cancer cases among children and young adults.
Wait, how can there be a smaller percentage increase of general cancer cases and then
No,
a
no.
larger percentage increase of turbo cancer cases?
Well, the smaller increase was specific to children and young adults. But like, so like, aside from the obvious bullshit here, I actually did a search on this. Like, I used Google to search the entire site of the CDC's website for turbo cancer. 0 instances. No turbo cancer. The CDC has never mentioned turbo cancer.
What is
so-
turbo cancer? What is that
I don't
supposed
know.
to be?
It's made up bullshit by anti-vaxxers who want to scare you away from getting the vaccine. But like I looked into it. CDC hasn't even mentioned turbo cancer, so by definition, then if they haven't mentioned it, it's impossible that they have warned about it.
turbo
But
cancer.
also, a 14,000, like technically, if you increase 0 by 14,000%, it's still 0. So that's not technically incorrect. The CDC just hasn't warned about it.
Is turbo cancer like that thing that happened in the Meat Canyon video where Andy finally got Woody to talk to him in Toy Story?
I don't know what you're referencing, and I'm not sure I want to know.
And it turns out the reason that Woody never reveals himself to a human is it gives them turbo cancer. They just die within like a few days. Mom said Sid ran away. No, Sid died, Andy. He died of cancer.
Fennec says, this fact came from their fucking rectum. Yeah. So while you were talking about your Woody, I'm going pee.
Oh, Gainer says they should have kept to their bullshit lore and said turbo autism. Turbo autism. It gives you a special interest in more autism. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, what is that? Falcon Fan says the COVID-19 shot is poison. Falcon Fan, do you have any evidence to back up that claim? Like, do you have any evidence to back up that claim whatsoever? Any at all? First of all, poison's based on dosage anyway, so technically water is poison if you have enough of it. So getting that part out of the way, explain to me how a COVID-19 shot at the recommended dose is poison. That one I want to hear. Davinia says if there's an increase in cancer, it's because of appointments were canceled during COVID. Potentially. Falcon says, do you have any evidence to back up? It does not. So, no, Falcon, this is not how this works. You made a claim that the COVID-19 vaccine is poison. I asked you to back up that claim. And you responded with effectively, no, you. That's not how this works. If you make a claim, I want to know where it's from. And then you say that they want us all dead. No, the quote elites don't want us all dead because the elites only get a paycheck when we are alive. They have a vested interest in keeping us alive at least long enough to pay for their pensions before they die. Like, they want us working and paying taxes, and those taxes to go into giving them cushy lives and cushy jobs. If the bottom percentile of human being dies, the upper percentile does not get to live off of the fat that we've curled. So, again, what evidence do you have that the COVID-19 vaccine is poison? I'll ask again. Said the AIDS virus is man-made, COVID-19 is man-made. Okay, Falcon, that's not evidence. That's another claim. Now
Speaking of AIDS,
now you need to back up the claim that the AIDS virus is man-made.
Remember when speaking of AIDS was a valid segue that I had?
Yep. Fair enough.
Magazine's still behind me. Rosina says, turbo cancer sounds like people not seeing the doctor until they have stage 3 or stage 4 cancer. Damn the U.S. healthcare system. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that's another thing about, like, when people talk about Canadian healthcare versus U.S., like, oh, but Canadian healthcare has terrible wait times. It's like, yeah, we do have a wait time problem in Canada, but does that factor in the fact that in the States there's additional wait time? From people who, like, if you don't have the money to go see the doctor, you like, if you know there's something you need to go see the doctor for, you might have to save up for several months in order to afford to go see the doctor. Is that included in it? No, it's not, because it starts from this is when I started wanting to go see that specialist to this is when I got to see them. And if you know you need to go see a specialist, you're going to start saving for several months beforehand if you have to pay for it. So yeah, Canada has worse wait times than the US when you just look from the first time they actively sought medical intervention to when they get it. But when you add in the saving up to afford it,
yeah, like
Canada's still better. We still win.
My wait time for getting my leg checked out is going to be forever.
Yeah, and then Scott Delahunt sent $5 for an
Uwo. You know, I have in my hand a about 9/10 empty, so almost completely empty bottle of Tabasco, and The idea of using this as a bludgeoning device on you gets better and better every time I consider it. I need the Tabasco less and less the more times you press that button.
There have been times when I've been like, our show would be easier to do if we were like in the same room and could see each other. Today, I'm happy that it's remote.
Yeah, I'm just staring at you like,
Shall we, if you feel like violence, shall we talk about Lauren Boebert? Some Lobos?
For legal reasons, I cannot use the word violence and an elected official in the same sentence. But yes.
Good point. Yeah, okay. So Lobo says, remember when Biden handed billions to Iran? I do. It was just last year. Utter disgrace. So this was with response to Iran sending a bunch of missiles to Israel. So without getting too far into the geopolitical details here, Israel blew up an embassy in Iran. Big breach of international law.
Yep.
Big, huge no-no. Like, you don't do that. You don't destroy embassies. That's just...
And
like,
Iran
that's
is
huge. So I read a piece on this. Now, I'm going to preface this with neither myself nor Cyrus live in the Middle East. We do not have the life experience necessary to fully comprehend what it is like to live in the Middle East. So we are speaking based on things that we have read, stories that we have heard. Obviously, we can't speak from a personal experience aspect of this. So like, if we get something wrong, it's like chalk it up to the fact that we don't live in the region. But like, all that being said, genocide is always bad no matter who's doing it. When Hamas does genocide, that's bad. When Israel does genocide on Palestine, that's also bad. When Iran tries to genocide Israel, that's bad. When Israel tries to genocide Iran, that's bad. All the genocide is bad. Doesn't matter who's doing it. Doesn't matter who the victim is. Doesn't matter who the perpetrator is. It's all bad. Can we agree on that?
Probably.
Okay. So I read a piece on that was talking about the Middle East geopolitical situation, where because of the tensions between countries there, what they effectively do, like all of them know that they can't really go to war. Because if they go to war, it'll be like, even if they technically win the war, that'll still be the end of their regime, because none of them have enough power to really beat the others, except for maybe Israel, which would then have... but like, they don't want to poke that bear, kind of. But at the same time, they have to posture as though they are willing to go to war. So essentially, you have a bunch of like people like, oh, if somebody attacks somebody else, they have to
have a retaliatory strike.
There has to be retaliation, but it has to be small enough that it won't provoke all-out war.
Which is why Iran said, hey, we are going to send missiles here. We are going to bomb here. Do not have people here. We are going to send a strike here. Now,
they announced it well in advance. They sent it out. We knew it was coming. They had time to prepare. Everything, like most things were shot down. Damage was minimal, but like they had to make it a big display because of the violation that Israel committed when they destroyed the embassy. Because that's a huge no-no. So they had to do a big retaliation, but they didn't want an actual war, so they do the big retaliation, but with a bunch of warnings so that you can prepare for it. With all of that context out of the way, the billions that Biden supposedly handed to Iran was actually billions of dollars in money that South Korea owed to Iran from buying their oil. They bought a bunch of oil from Iran and said, here's $6 billion, but it's going in these South Korean banks that don't trust your Iranian banks, so they're not going to transfer the money to you, but it is there. So Iran was desperate for the money. They really, really wanted it. And as part of a hostage negotiation, Biden got them to release a bunch of American hostages in exchange for moving the $6 billion from South Korean banks to Qatari banks, which Qatar is a Muslim nation. They're much more friendly with Iran. And so that was the deal. We are moving money that rightfully belongs to Iran because they sold a product for a price, and that, like capitalism, that's their money now. but it's stuck in South Korean banks that don't trust the Iranian banks, so they won't transfer it. So they move it to the Qatari banks, which the South Korean banks did trust, and then the Qatari banks might be able to get it to Iran. But right after that move happened, and the United States got their hostages back, there was some other, I forget exactly what the details are here, but there was other geopolitical stuff that happened that caused Biden to renege on the deal a little bit. So they agreed with Qatar to say, we're going to put a freeze on this money so Iran can't access it. So yes, it's Iran's money that has been moved to a place that would be more accessible to Iran if it weren't frozen, but it is, and to this day, currently, it is still frozen. So Iran does not have access to that money. But the Republicans want you to think that this was Joe Biden directly funding Iran's attack on Israel. But that's just not what happened.
Added context changes everything.
Yeah. And needless to say, all that doesn't fit in a tweet. God damn it, Jassa. Let's see, do I have any new hats? Oh, the octopus. I haven't done that yet.
Specious says, I just know the nearest Whataburger is over 100 miles from me, and that's the one they keep flashing. Man, I want Whataburger. Whataburger's great, and I would drive. I have driven 100 miles for Whataburger. I'm not saying it was a smart thing to do, but I have done it.
What?
Driven 100 miles for Whataburger.
For Whataburger? Ugh.
Yeah.
I can't see a burger being that good.
It's so that realistically, I was going to visit family, and Whataburger happens to be in the place I grew up. So
Okay.
the family was a nice icing on the cake to the Whataburger.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's the geopolitical context to the stupid thing that Lauren Boebert tweeted. Oh, case orbs.
Yay.
I don't remember if I covered this last time. I feel like we did, but it's always good. So Sorbo says, if illegals aren't voting in our elections, why do you care if we make it illegal? It's already illegal, Sorbo. It's already illegal for that to happen.
You already have to be a United States citizen to vote in a United States election.
Oh, I forget where I read it. It was a reputable source, but still double check this one for yourself. But I seem to recall that there was something like in the last 20 years, there have been a grand total of 85 instances of an illegal immigrant faking stuff to vote in an election. So like 85 instances in 20 years. That's not enough to turn an election. So this whole, they're letting illegals in so they'll vote for Biden. That's bullshit. Like, first off, there's no guarantee that an illegal immigrant will vote for Biden in the first place. Secondly, there would have to be an incentive for them to do it. Like, they're not just going to do, because like voting as an illegal immigrant is a crime. You get caught with that, you get deported, you get sent back to your country. These people are coming here because they don't want to get sent back to their country. So like, there has to be enough of an incentive there to encourage them to actually do that. And there's not. Republicans can't point to one. It's just a bullshit talking point. Like we discussed last week, immigrants are actually really, really good for the economy. So you should just fucking let them in. The main objection I've seen to that is people talking about how like, oh, well, Sweden let a bunch of immigrants in and their gang crime went off the charts. First off, that's not entirely true. There is a part of it that, like, there is a kernel of truth there where there has been an increase in gang violence in Sweden since about 2000, and it is tied to immigration, but it's tied to immigration in the sense that the gangs are targeting low-income, vulnerable communities,
which happen to be the immigrant communities.
If you don't provide for the immigrants, if you don't if you marginalize a community and then tell them this is how you can make some extra money by, is like what's happening is they're targeting kids because under Swedish law, if you're like under, I think it's 16 and you commit a violent crime like killing someone, you aren't held to anywhere near the same account as an adult. So they're getting kids to do these like drive-by shootings and shit for them. And they're paying them a lot of money to do it. And because they're desperate, they're taking these jobs. It's not because immigrants are dangerous. It's because they're desperate. You
To-
make them not desperate, and you protect yourself against that. Rosina says case orbs is virtue signaling. Absolutely.
So, to Falcon fan in the chat, who said illegal immigration is good for the economy. That sounds dumb as fuck. Come to my black community and say that shit. So I grew up in a black community. I grew up in Montclair in Pensacola, which is the drug ghetto in Pensacola, functionally. One of them, anyway. There were a few. So I can tell you that saying, tell that to the people in my community, it doesn't mean anything. I grew up in that community too. Doesn't mean shit. For two, I'll just go ahead and take a quote from the Associated Press. Many economists suggest that immigrants benefit the United States economy in several ways. They take generally undesirable, low-paying, but essential jobs that most United States-born Americans won't, like caring for children, the sick, and the elderly. They can boost a country's innovation and productivity because they are more likely to start their own business and obtain patents.
So
So
Yep.
I'm sorry, but
yeah, they're projected to add
economists
$7 billion to the economy in the next 10 years.
not only do economists not agree with your take, but as somebody who also grew up in the ghetto, I don't give a shit about that take. So,
So
Anywho.
Zalrock Vod says glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Yes, I'm rooting for Ukraine. I don't think there's any glory in war though. But yeah, no. But I also like I did a little bit of digging into like per capita crime rates. United States beats Sweden hands down in every gun-related crime, every gang-related crime, every violent crime. The only one that Sweden had a higher per capita rate was rape, which that fucking sucks. I don't know how you would tie that to immigration aside from relying on tired old stereotypes that aren't actually true. But like, and it's not by a little either. It's like Sweden's per capita violent gun death rate is something like 0.0 or like 0.4 per 1,000 people. And in the States, it's 6. Like, it's not a little difference. So like, to say, oh, Sweden let immigrants in and the situation got worse for them. It's like, well, worse for them is still like 5 times better than it is in the States.
if it's 0.4 versus 6, that's like 12 times better.
Okay, sure, 12 times. I don't know.
Yay, math!
I can't do math on the top of my head. What the fuck do you think I am?
This city was built on math.
Rosina says rape is vastly underreported in the U.S. Yeah, that could be a thing as well.
I would assume so, but I don't know enough about the culture for other countries
Yeah,
to say whether or not it's any more or less underreported here.
Yes, I'm not going to assume that Sweden has a higher report level without looking into that first. So like, I didn't really look into that because most people focus on things like gun crimes.
Yeah, gun crime's easier to track. There's a bullet hole.
Mm-hmm. Okay, someone sent another tip through Stream Elements, and I need to look into why my notifications stopped working the way they used to.
Let me see here.
Activity feed. Oh, no, that was just. No, I'm just getting super chats, tips.
Fritz, it is legal to have a gun in Sweden. They treat guns like cars. You can have a gun so long as you have a license to have a gun, and you can get that as early as 18 years of age.
No, that was Anonymous sent 420 and said Myanmar, I always pronounce it wrong. Myanmar's military dictatorship is losing, PogChamp. Which I'm not sure what that means. Like, I know Myanmar is the example of like when I say I don't want any religion to have political control, often atheists will defend what they see as the peaceful religions like Buddhism. But if you go to Myanmar, the Buddhists took power and were like, yeah, no, we're going to kill all the non-Buddhists. Well, not all the non-Buddhists, but I think it was specifically Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
If you kiss Cirrus, the curse will be lifted. What curse? I didn't know we were cursed.
There's a curse?
It's the curse of the...
Hello?
So yeah,
You know what? In a few months, you're going to be within striking distance of me, right?
no, are you coming to Canada?
I am going to be going up north. I'll be close enough to make the jump.
We'll have to get together and like do a stream from a Starbucks or something because I'm not sure I want you to know where my house is right now.
I don't know if I want to do a stream with a body.
Daughter of Wolves. Daughter of Wolves says birth control literally makes women bi as well as more likely to be attracted to effeminate men.
What?
I mean,
I don't
no,
think that's how
but also-
sexuality works.
no, it's not. But like, also, even if it did, would that? Why is that a bad thing? Like, my partner is bi. I'm happy with that.
My partner's bi too. I'm pretty cool with that.
There's nothing wrong with a bi woman.
Like, I don't see the problem. I don't. Where's the negative here?
Well, sir, we only don't see the problem because we're beta cucks.
Yes,
We're effeminate beta cucks. Like, I mean-
the most beta thing called having a threesome with two women. Yes, the noted beta behavior. You're right.
I mean, you could argue that me wearing women's lingerie on a semi-regular basis on my main channel is kind of like effeminate behavior. But maybe it's an alpha move. I'm showing my dominance by making you wash my ass. I don't know. But
Do
anyway,
it with gusto.
yeah, so that's all bullshit. But what I found really funny about this was I clicked on her profile to just kind of see who she was. She has 6,666 followers.
Oh, it's Satan.
Yeah, I love it.
Satan.
I just love that I happened to click on her profile while she had that many followers. And she's Catholic. And the only people I've ever met in real life that are actually bothered by the scary 666 number were Catholic. Like, I used to work with a lady who was at a restaurant. And so at the end of the night, if we took a bunch of cash payments, we would have a cash drop that we'd have to leave. So like we pay the cash that we owe the restaurant and we take the rest home as our tips or whatever. My cash drop one night was $666. Right on the money. No pennies, no cents, no nothing. It was $666. The Catholic lady that I worked with, who I was on friendly terms with, we always chatted, we had a good time or whatever. We had I considered us to be friendly. She refused to go anywhere near me for the rest of the night. She wouldn't walk out with me to the car.
Hey,
Like, it was
Satan.
like kept her distance from me. And like, I thought she was joking at first, but like, no, she was dead fucking serious. She would not go near me because I had $666 was my drop.
Jesus Christ. Fritz says the furry looks at you and says only two women. Yeah, look, I've done it. It is a less enjoyable experience the more people you start piling in.
Snakes beg to differ.
I'm not a snake.
Donald Jaramillo says 6666 is the number of the four-dimensional beast.
Oh, fair
Now,
enough.
that's another thing. Like, I considered not even taking the screenshot because it's like, yeah, it's 6,666. It's not 666. So it's not even the evil number. It's the evil number plus 6,000. But that's never stopped the Christians from freaking out when they see a bunch of sixes in a row.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that if you look at the older manuscripts, the more reliable ones, the number was actually 616. So
Don't tell them that. Don't tell them that. You'll shatter their worldview. They got to be scared of something.
I mean, it's also a numerological reference to Emperor Nero, like very clearly. Like that's very well documented in the scholarship on the matter. And Jassa got there. Jassa was just
thank you for
making
the
same point as
$1.99.
me. Yeah, no, they didn't like Nero. So like Nero
Said
was
it's your
the beast
1 year
in that.
anniversary in
Just,
HRT.
like,
Awesome.
The ancient Christians thought that they were the last generation, as has every generation of Christians since then. So
The end times is coming.
the
I
end is
swear.
nigh.
The end times is coming.
I just edited together my playlist of my response to Ellen White's book from the 1850s, where like it's a The End is Nigh book from the 1850s that is still in print by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. that they're still distributing it and saying this was a very wise woman who knew what she was talking about. Meanwhile, what she was talking about was how the world was going to end within her lifetime.
What?
Over 150 years ago.
Jesus
So-
Christ is the king of edging, I swear to God.
Yeah.
He's always coming. The second coming is coming. He swears.
Maybe he accidentally ordered those condoms that like have a numbing effect to make guys last longer. And that's why the second coming is taking so long.
He just sat there with like a thread and went, if I tie this around my dick, I'll come slower. The thread of destiny. The second coming will last forever.
He's doing that thing where like if you like squeeze the base of the penis and push in on the like on your perineum, you can like come backwards
Oh,
inside
yeah.
yourself or whatever.
And you d-
apparently, I don't know. I've never successfully done that. Though to be
It's-
fair, I haven't tried that hard.
You said hard.
I did say hard, yes.
You did say hard. Tail says, after being nailed so hard by Romans, Jesus can only come with pegging. Look, the dude was hung like this. He was nailed by a bunch of Romans in front of everyone, including his mom. I don't want to know the kinds of kink he was into.
I have a video about that on my main channel. I forget what it's called. I'll leave a card when I edit this down. Let's see. Vice Rhino. I wonder if searching for Vice Rhino Kinky is that. Yep. It's called The Lord Works in the Kinkiest Ways.
Jesus
And
Christ.
it's a response to J. Warner Wallace.
Jesus Christ was a carpenter, so he's an expert with wood.
Yep. And he wants
Yeah.
to come inside your heart.
Let Jesus
Jesus
inside
wants-
me.
Jesus wants to come inside you. He hung around with 12 guys and one prostitute.
In the desert, even. The Hair Desert nights get awfully cold. They had to stay warm somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And he was gonna make them fishers of men. Does that
Yup.
make Jesus the original pickup artist?
Maybe.
Steampunk Ocelot goes, you can what with your perineum? Oh yeah, Baba, you're right. Jesus was into feet stuff.
Well, remember how we were talking earlier about how wild the untamed internet of the 90s was?
Yeah?
Yeah, so that's where like at some point I was like looking for masturbation techniques other than just doing this a bunch. And that was
Yeah.
one of them, is that like you squeeze the base of your penis and squish in on your perineum and you will come backwards, and apparently it feels really good.
No, it does not.
I've never successfully done it, so I will take your word for it.
It just, all it does is it stops it from coming out as much. And it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like when there's more, it feels better.
Yeah, no, what you like if you want it to feel better, the trick is edging. That is the secret, everybody. That is the secret. Do the sex but longer before you come. That is the secret. That's all it is. All of the hours, weeks of research you did as a teenager, fuck it all, except don't.
Yeah, but sometimes you only got 5 minutes before the kids get home from school, and you just need to take care of it.
And you know what? That's different. That's a different situation entirely.
I also want to stay alive longer? Don't die.
And mind the prostate.
All right. Okay, that's it for today.
Be a proud
Thanks for
member
joining
of
me,
the
Cyrus.
Semen Retention Society.
So, as always,
Whoa. The
Oh, I forgot to
smiling
roll
has
the-
stopped.
I forgot to even roll the credits. I just hit stop.
Again?
No, last time I rolled the credits, I just hit stop before they were done.
Fair. Well, you're still rolling on my channel.
Am I?
Yep, it seems like nothing has changed over on my end.
Well, are you just like streaming our...
Yes.
Are you
I'm
streaming my OBS thing?
Yes.
Well, then, yeah, of course it has a change. Because when I hit stop stream, it stops the stream on my end. But if you're just streaming a screen capture of me, then as long as we're talking, I'm streaming.
Yep. You can
Well,
never
I mean,
truly not
as
be
long
live.
as I have your channel's attention.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Your move, bitch.
Penis.
I didn't even realize you were still there. I thought you hung up on me.
Nope, I'm still here.
So I was like, okay, he hung up on me. I'm just going to end the stream, end everything.
Nope, still here. I'm trying to figure out where my model went.
Okay, there it is.
I moved it somewhere. I have no idea where it was. Axo says, did you say Jesus or penis? It could be either at this case.
You know how many times I say something about the resurrection and everybody just hears erection? It's a regular feature on my main channel.
I'll res erection. Oh my god, is that what happens when you're a slutty healer in a video game? You res erections?
It will rise again.
Jesus Christ.
I am hanging up now if you're not, so
Okay.
thanks for joining me.
See ya.
Bye.
Ooh. In a fire. Huh, where's my model? There it is. Probably. There we go. Oh shit, I don't have Blizzy turned on. Let me turn him on real quick. All right, I'm gonna go heat another thing of pizza because that shit's delicious. And then we're gonna get into our regularly scheduled shenanigans, and I'm gonna explain what we're doing with the subathon / marathon. It's not really a subathon, it's different. Trust me. Give me a second. Okay, so we can absolutely fuck up the timer. Yes, you can. But would that be ethical? All right. Alrighty, I am back. Steampunk Ocelot says serves as the only creator I know on reputable sites that...
Is it economically sound to make your own pizza? I just made my first batch of bread and apparently there's pizza dough yeast. Have cookbooks, will gladly share.
So Rockhopper Fluffy Boy. Pizza is a weird ingredient. So, you can make pizza with very cheap ingredients, but oftentimes it's going to cost you as much to make your own pizza at home as it will to make to buy a pizza if you are getting pizza on sale. Said pizza's not an ingredient. I understand that. It depends on the type of ingredients that you have. I don't think I said pizza's an ingredient. Did I say pizza's an ingredient? If I did, then I fucked up. Bad. I did? Okay, well, fuck off. I fucked up. So, whether it's better to buy a large pizza or make one at home, it is almost going to come down to if pizza deals are in your area. So, like, for me, I just made a pizza with a pound of sausage and a pound of ground beef on it. So that would be, it's a 16-inch pizza, and I used pizza crust stuff that I had to, or Saki mixed together herself. The ingredients for making the actual pizza probably costed a grand total of $10 together, all things told. And it was a 16-inch pizza, but I can get a 16-inch pizza for about $8 at my local Papa John's because they always have really, really good deals. So it's more economically sound for me to get a pizza from them that way. But there would be less food on their pizza because the pizza that I made, again, has 2 pounds of meat on it. Whereas the pizza that I would get for $8 there is probably going to be just like pepperoni, which is still going to be good, but it's going to be less meat. Espen says it's cheaper to go to a friend and get pizza for free. But if you keep doing it over and over, you might either end up feeling like a dick for it, or they'll think you're a dick and stop allowing you to stay over for food. Yeah. Said homemade is best. Pizza's tricky homemade. If you don't have the right cheese, it tastes genuinely off. Like the pre-shredded mozzarella stuff, kind of awful for making pizza because they put in a anti-moisturizing agent in it. And it makes it to where the cheese just does not melt in an even spread. So it's up to you if you want to spend the work of grating your own cheese, which we had to do. It's tasty. This pizza's delicious as fuck. Fritz says, wife, woman, go make me pancakes so I don't feel the house with smoke. I don't think your wife is watching the show, Fritz. I don't think she knows to make you food. Making your own shredded cheese is really grating. I hate everything in the world now. Please stop doing that. Riddle of Lightning says, I drew you making a pizza. Can I have a nibble? Jesus Christ. There's so many of these, Riddle. Just get the massive hunks of mozzarella and slice it. No, I would rather shred my pizza. You like Domino's plant-based pizza? Expensive, though? Fair. So, like, he said, don't shred the pizza. Shredding the pizza cheese! God fucking balls! Sirs, maybe Saki should make a restaurant about homemade slime-shaped pizza. That would mean that you got Saki to be willing to cook, which is not an easy feat. Because she's had my cooking. She does not cook because she's had my cooking. Blue Cat Shadow says, so I want pizza, but I'm so sick. So, like, I'm eating the homemade pizza right now, but we've only got a couple slices of that left. And after that, I don't know what I'm doing for food for the rest of the marathon. Which kind of sucks. But I'll figure it out. Yeah, no, like, oh, so, Little Caesars. The Little Caesars 16-inch pizzas, or I think it's the 14-inch pizzas. But yeah, the Little Caesars pizzas are so fucking good for the price you pay for them. Isn't a marathon 26 miles? Yeah, but I'm doing a streaming marathon, because a marathon means multiple things in different instances, like a lot of things.
If she does not cook because she's had your cooking, you done good, bro.
Thank you, Rock Hopper Fluffy Boy. Speaking of the food, Britt says, I'll bring you some Whataburger. I don't believe you. I want to believe you, but I don't believe you. Also, we went ahead, because I wasn't really able to stream because of the leg stuff, we went ahead and destroyed the wall between the office and the bedroom. So now we've actually got the big closet. You'll say Little Caesars has stepped up their game in recent years. Now, Little Caesars is just amazing for the price you pay for it. Said, Riddle of Lighting says, live in the big closet. Let's see here. Is your leg doing better? So, I can apply pressure to some of the leg without it hurting. I cannot apply pressure to the bruised portions of the leg without it hurting. Fennec the Rabbit, I wouldn't be upset no matter what you do. Like, you're free to do what you want. It's a free stream. You're free to run ad blockers on my stream. In fact, I encourage it. I don't know if I lose partnership for that, but has the swelling gone down yet? As far as I know, it has. I'm really bad at telling swelling. I have to have Saki figure that out for me. Pernita says, did you try using moisturizer on the bruise? I have not yet. Rock Hopper Fluffy Boy, thank you for redeeming your points for an Owal. Ugh. Okay, so I should probably talk about the actual, like, streaming marathon we're doing, right? To make that make sense? That's a thing I should do? Likely. Yes, okay, I'm so surprised you didn't fracture your leg when it got ran over again. Like, well, it wasn't ran over, it was crushed. There's a difference. There's a difference. I was not under one vehicle, I was between two vehicles. So there's a distinction to be made. So Frit says it was gross looking. Well, it was gross feeling, too. Paige says, so how did it contact your leg?
I
if it was
saw a
clean...
cat girl driving the other day. She was in a sub UWU.
Tater, I can find out where you sleep. Fucking hell. Also, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Jesus Christ. Okay, so... Paige says, how did it contact your leg if it was a clean run over? It wasn't a clean run over. It was me being in front of my car. Okay, actually, you know what? I know how to make this super easy. Check this out. We're gonna paint stream this. Except it's gonna be Photoshop. So we are gonna make a new thing as a diagram. You gonna plaster cast? No, because nothing's broken. I'm also not going to the hospital. All right, so. Behold, my artistic talent. So here's me, right? That's blurry. I'm not doing that. All right, so here's me. You know, I'm waving high with my elongated arms. There's me. This is my vehicle. And my trunk is up. And I am getting groceries out of my trunk. My friend's vehicle was... Hold on. Right here. There. And there's the little lights. And we'll just put windows here. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, perfect vehicles. So I'm at the back of my vehicle. His vehicle is behind me, and this is the front of his vehicle. So I ask him... Meet. Meet. Hold on. Excuse me? Fucking put these back where they go. There we go. So I ask him to please move his vehicle further back because I could not close my trunk. He moves his vehicle back while I am in front of the vehicle. In fact, let's also do this to make the visual representation easier.
Holy shite. Do you have full range of motion?
All right, so do I have full range of motion? To a point. It's about 98% now, and if I push it just a little further, the pain gets really bad. But I can flex it now, which I wasn't able to do the first day. So, his parking, as he drives back, fails or what have you. I'm not an expert on what happened. It fails, and his car rolls over to me. We're on a hill, so imagine all of this, but it's tilted. So all of this is tilted. We're just gonna... The diagram won't work unless everything is tilted. Because we're on a hill. So there. Just to make things super easy as well for the visual, we're on a hill. So his vehicle goes down. to right about here. And I am also right about here. His vehicle does not get to touch my vehicle because my leg is fat and squishy, and it prevents his vehicle from touching my vehicle. Which means I was screaming like a little bitch, because that is 9,000 pounds of Ford Excursion between his vehicle and my vehicle. And I am the thing in the middle. So, said at least it wasn't a truck. Red Joker, the Ford Excursion is a truck. It is built off of the Ford F-250 model. It is the frame of a Ford F-250. Red Joker says I said that before you said that. You said at least it wasn't a truck. Okay, fair enough.
Sorry to keep barging in, knew a guy who broke his fascia. If you have bulge, it's an exploded muscle.
I don't think I have bulge, except for my dick. So, that's what happened to my leg. It's only bruised in some places, and the bruising isn't horrible. Why would I... So, Paige, why would I press charges on something that wasn't his fault? This is a person who's been one of my best friends for years, and he made an honest mistake. Why would I, as a sane human being, press charges on one of my best friends for making a mistake? No. Yeah, but heating pad? Saki has one. But I haven't needed it. Again, I can walk it, I can flex it, I can put weight on it for longer periods of time today than I could the last day, and that healing has been progressive ever since. It's only been about a week since the incident itself, because this happened on Friday, so about 5 days ago. I'm fine. I have pain, but it's not a whole lot, and I'm fine. Everybody seems to make a bigger deal of this than I do, and I was the one who got crushed by the vehicles. Did you get superpowers, though? No. Pika, I have heard of Bluey. Okay. Kid Mark says you could be in shock still. 5 days after the event, though? Shock usually wears off after hours, not days. So I don't think that's the case. Yeah, adrenaline doesn't keep that long. Jacob says, Cirrus, you gonna sing Has Been Hotel because you're a fucked up little whiny bitch now? No, just for you. Of course, we're worried. It wasn't an expedition. It wasn't an expedition, but that wasn't exactly an Omni either. Like, I am fine. Oh my god, that's hilarious, Riddle of Lightning. Okay. Now I've got to use the restroom, apparently. So I'm going to do that, and then we will get to what we're going to be doing. Okay. I have returned. I exist again. I have shown how I got crushed between two vehicles. There. We don't have to milk that situation any further than we already have. Congrats on peeing. God, I'm so proud I was able to fucking piss. God, it's so happy. More pizza? No, I'm full. All right. So, stream marathon. Here's how the stream marathon is going to work. Every day is going to be a stream day, except for Monday and Tuesday. Or, I mean, sorry, except for Saturday. Monday and Tuesday weren't stream days because I was laying down because my leg hurt. But anyway, not important. Not important. Every day will also be, with the exception of probably tonight, every day will be a 12-hour long stream, as opposed to the usual 3 to 6 hours that a stream would be. Riddle says, when did you get legs? No idea. Said you, Butterfly Track says you owe me. Do I? I don't see you having redeemed one anywhere. No one. No one anywhere. Anywho. So streams will be 12 hours long. And the timer up there will be how long this streaming format lasts. Just as you did miss an OWO. Was it the one from Windchanter? So when I say OWO? Oh, okay. There we go. Mr. Krabs, thank you for naming your points for an Arara. You fucking degen. So, every single amount of money that is donated to the Subathon Fund, which you can find by hitting !! Suba, or !! Sub, or !! Sugma. Any of those will work. If you hit ! Any of those, then you can add to the PayPal fund for the stream. The fund itself is the combined amount of the credit debt that we have fallen in to take care of everything, and basically the channel wasn't making any money to the normal degree for months. So we ended up racking up credit debt to pay for all of our bills. So this is several months of bills racked up functionally. Or dysfunctionally, depending on how you want to view it. So if you do not have the ability to donate, if you don't have the money to donate, don't feel like you have to, because I'm not going to lie, there's a part of me that still feels like this is a problem of my own design, because I was unable to work because of my own brain. And that's something that I should have figured out a better way to handle. But I did not in a reasonable amount of time, so now we're here. So, also, Dark Excalibur, thank you for gifting out 5 community subs. Subs, add to the timer. PayPal donos, add to the timer. Anything that's sent via subs is basically going to be taking care of next month's bills, because that's when I'm going to be receiving that money. Anything that goes into the PayPal is going to be going towards taking care of the debt elimination, as it were. The other thing that it will be used to take care of is finishing up getting all the money together for a new water heater, because our old water heater has decided to rust out and stop functioning correctly. So, you know, that's great. This is fantastic. Ken Mark says you did get sick and get crushed by a truck. Yeah, but my mental issues stretch farther back than a handful of weeks. Like, this is a problem that has been building up over the last few months due to my burnout. So, that's still an issue. That's still a problem for me. Robbie says, Cirrus. Hey, Cirrus. No. Not already, Ravi. Not at 2, Robalern. No, but seriously. I haven't even finished explaining everything. Witchhander says, did he piss on the shrine of an eldritch being? I don't know. And I've given up trying to figure out why life decides to throw me giant curveballs with spikes filled with cyanide. I don't know why it does it. I feel like a decent chunk of it is my own problem of my own design, but I also am very ill-equipped to figure out which parts of that are the case. Also, Ravi, I am both incredibly thankful and also fuck you. Ooh woo. It's both of those. Stop says the commands are messed up. What do you mean the commands are messed up? How are the commands messed up? Oh, I see what happened. Hold on. Did it work? There it is. There we go. It works now. I fixed it. Okay. The other thing with the stream marathon is, under normal circumstances, during a subathon, I would be streaming every single day. This time, to make sure that I have an adequate amount of time to myself and to Saki and to my own mental health, I have the one day off on Saturday, and I have a portion of Sunday, which would normally be our date day, dedicated to doing dual streaming. Davina Robin says, is that 10 minutes for every $5? So here's where I have to... Yeah, it is 10 minutes for every $5. The timer will not go down while I am asleep, by the way. So now I need to do the calculations. So if it is... So 2 hours for 100... Hold on. 120 minutes. That's 2 hours times 100. Huh, okay. That should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah, we can torture him for longer at smaller, more manageable periods. Basically. If someone gives $100, that adds 2 hours to the timer. So this 10 hours and 59 minutes that's here right now, thanks to Rovulern, is now going to be... So that would be 11. Now it's just 13 hours. Boom. $200 minutes equals 3 hours and 20 minutes. Oh. Fuck. Maybe this will be less manageable than I thought, but that's fine. That's fine. Nope, can't math. Can't do it at all. Okay. So, the other thing is, Mathematical Cabbage says need math help. You know, you would be the one to ask, Math. You would be the one to ask. This city was built on math. It's true. Couple of things as well with the marathon. As you all have seen in previous streams, we have this guy right now. This is my 3D printer cam. My 3D printer cam is going to be running for as much of this as I possibly can run it for. However, unlike the last streams where we finish a small thing every stream or so, this time we're going to be finishing... Why does it not let me just take the both of these and move them together? Add a folder. Ungroup, copy. Can I group these together so they can scale the same way? No? Fuck it then. It's fine. I can just use the big one. Okay. So, sorry. Brain. So during this stream, we will be building a gigantic 34-piece print over the course of the stream. And then we will be assembling that print later on. Said 3D printer cam, you mean 3D print Chan? No. Okay. Raise the timer, make the timer 7 days. I don't think we're going to be making the timer 7 days anytime soon. I don't think anybody in the chat has that kind of spare scratch. I don't think so. All right, can I rotate this so that it will print? Damn. Huh. Weird that this won't print. Okay, hold on. The idea would be to have this working, but I can't seem to get it to get to a point where it will. All right, let's go back to rotation. All right, auto layout. I guess the way... Fucking. Fritz, hold on a second. Fritz, you mean this? You mean this? Because I already did that. Like I already did that. So, I mean, she's done. So, I mean, that job's complete. It's not perfect. There's some changes that need to be made to fix her up. But the hard part's done. As long as you're okay doing the cleanup portion and fixing up her arm and hair, which I'll print you off the pieces to do that, that's you. Espen says,
Cirrus, I don't know if media share is active right now. If it isn't in time, I'm fine with the video remaining in queue until later when you feel ready to run it. But I just want to warn you beforehand. This might be the worst video I've shared.
okay, fair enough. Time Raccoon should add bits automatically. It might add it only when you add, like, 500 at a time. I don't know. But. That voice must put a strain on your voice.
No, Divinia. This voice is very easy for me to do. It doesn't hurt at all. It's actually quite soothing on my vocal cords. Anyway.
Espen says, what the fuck was that voice? Soccer says it added the 100 bits. Okay, cool. Fair enough. Let's see if I can't cut this in half. And then auto layout. There. I'll just glue that together.
Jump Point says it sounds like a smooth jazz voice. I guess you could use this voice for smooth jazz.
All right. Now let's start slicing. Raft is good. All is good. All right, cuff, cut, 1. And boom. How much is it going to take to print this one? Let's see. 4 hours. Well, okay. Fair enough. Riddle says, is it polite to throw food at hungry people you like? Yes! Probably. Depends on what you mean by throw. If the timer hits 20 hours, will you do Deep Voice Cirrus ASMR version? Maybe. Oh, Jesus Christ, Espen. $69 or $62.90. I guess we'll be doing media share here in a bit. Oh, fuck. My chair was in the way of my AC. That's why I was burning up. Old Gus says, but for how many hours? No, Paladin says you're not getting alerts from your PayPal? I don't actually have my PayPal pool set for alerts because I don't know if there's a way to do that. Oh, Jesus Christ. There have been 3 donations in the big pool already, though. One for $50.
Media share makes me say you woo.
Jesus Christ, Ravi, thank you for the 500 bits. One for $50 and one for 125. Thank you for the person who did the 125 and the person who did the 50. I don't want to say your names because obvious doxing reasons. Thank you both very much. And for the one of you who did the 125, yeah, you know you did. Oh, well, you could have done 2 75s. Instead, you decided to make me say words that I distinctly dislike for character development reasons. So Jesus can't save you. We are chat. Okay, so here's the next thing. Here's the next thing. How many steps to the Dorito Dave says,
Say my name.
it's Heisenberg. You're the one who killed Gus Fring. Probably. I'm guessing. So, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. For everyone who is donating, there is an added incentive. There is a degenerate added incentive. As we get closer to the goal of paying off all the debts, this is a thing that is going to be shown. And at various times, this will be a perfectly reasonable thing to show on stream. At other various times, this will not be a reasonable thing to show on stream. As it gets worse. Or better, depending on the kind of person you are. I don't know what kind of degenerate person all of you are. You lie. No, I lie about what? I lie about what? Also, so I have to add 5 hours and 50 minutes? I have to add 5 hours and 50 minutes. Which puts this at 21 hours. You saw porn in chat, am I needed? If you would like to also do a porn in chat thing for this, I will not stop you. I have no power over you. However, this one is done by my channel artist, Black Hat, or Briar Patch Pumpkin. Briar, there we go. Those words. The timer is starting to look interesting. Yeah. So, I'm getting with Briar about which increments we should be doing this with. But, yeah. Ravi says, you know, you created us. You molded us. Shh. Not incorrect. If you take off the maid outfit, another larger, floofier maid outfit will appear. Okay. It looks like this is going to be done in 5 stages. So for every 5th of the goal that we hit, another layer will be gone. 4 stages, sorry. Every 4th that we hit, another layer will be gone. Works as well. Sirs, did you just okay porn in the Discord? Dorito, you know we have an NSFW fan art section. You know that it's mostly comprised of Stoff's work. You know that it also has work from Pernia and Mathematical Cabbage in it. It's already there. So for every 4th of the goal we hit, this is here. This one is here. Tail says, where? I don't see the regular fan art channel. Why? So I have to figure out why. It's because people have to opt into seeing channels. Wait, hold on. Can we... Is there a way to set up default channels people are able to see? Because, like, I feel like if the fan art channel is a default seeable channel, that's fine. Yeah. No nudity on YouTube service? Well, yeah, there's not going to be nudity here. Probably. There is Discord made changes. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Robbie says, Cirrus? What is it, Ravi? What's going on? What happened? Redeem? There is no redeem there. Oh, whoa, there. Fucking ball sacks. Sylvie Snow says, good night. See you, Sylvie. Get some sleep. Also, just clarification. Porn not allowed in general channels. I figure that's basically well understood, but, you know, just in case there's somebody who can't be trusted. Looking at you, Erwin. Why is it you can't get the last bit of tomato sauce out of a tomato sauce bottle? That's because you're supposed to use the water that you're going to use in the recipe. You put it in the tomato sauce bottle and shake it around to loosen the sauce up. That's what you're supposed to do. Never forget that. Words to live by, probably. Said, why do you add water to pasta sauce? Because when I make my pasta sauce, I add in tomato puree and tomato paste, which are very, very thick ingredients, and therefore do want to be loosened up a little bit with some water. Wait, you're meant to add water to tomato sauce? Depends on how you're making it. Tries to discard. Have you read the rules? Well, no, the rules are gated by this prompt asking me to read them. Lol. You're supposed to use a little bit of the pasta water in the recipe. Yep. Talking about tomato sauce, the kind you put on potato What tomato sauce are you using for potato chips? What? What tomato sauce are you using on potato chips? What is wrong with you? What? Are we talking ketchup? Are we talking salsa? Because salsa is for not potato chips, and ketchup's for fries. Heinz sauce? You mean... Do you mean ketchup? Do you mean ketchup? That's not tomato sauce. That's glorified corn syrup. That's... If you're making a meat sauce, you can also cut the tomato paste with beef stock. True. Well, you don't put ketchup on your potato chips? No! No! Is salsa made with tomato? Yes. Tomatoes and peppers and onions. What? Is tomato sauce made of tomato? I just... hold on. Hold on, what? What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Okay, I think I've processed it. What? Still doesn't make any sense to me. Cirrus.exe has stopped functioning. He's a Brit. They call fries chips. That's not a fucking chip! That's not a fucking chip! That's a fry! No! 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 Back into the colony you go! Divinia, literally nobody will know you're they unless you tell them. But thank you for the correction. I said, no, fries are skinny, chips are chunky. Your chips are what we call crisps. Fair. Just fair. Just fair. Okay, now here's the question, everybody. Do we do topics first? Because we just did topics. Or do we relax with some video game? I think we relax with some video game for a bit. I think that's what we do. Because we're going to be here for a bit. Permission to ban Brit Cirrus. That will solve the issue! We had some politics with Rhino anyway. It's true. We did have politics with Vice Rhino. We did do that. That's true. Just what is your opinion on Beyblade? It's fun. Like, I like Beyblade. Let me go to the video screen. 3D print cam goes down to about that size. And then go here. Do you think it's accurate that a Beyblade part of the Red Sea in the Bible? Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. I know that shit's true, and so do you. Beyblade part of the Red Sea. This is known scientific fact. To argue otherwise is to be incorrect about science. Because that's what happened. This is 100% what happened. I believe it. You should too. Said Pringles aren't even considered potato chips because they're different. They're different to a degree. That's what I need to do. I need to go over to Twitch and tell it that we are doing Banjo Kazooie. Are you excited for the Pokemon TCG phone app? No. I don't really play the Pokemon TCG. I have a Chine-Pow deck, which has been rotated out. I don't care too much for it. It's fun when I play it, but I never see myself going back to it for any amount of time. What happened to the transparent Sir Slime dice holder? The one that Stoff made with the ass? It's sitting here waiting to be printed eventually. You found a Cars play table and you want to turn it into a Beyblade arena? That's fucking sweet. Ah! Fuck! Can I 3D print Beyblade parts? Oh, I should do that. I should do that. 3D printed Beyblade parts would be really, really neat to mess around with. You wouldn't download a Beyblade? If you can't read Japanese, red flavored Doritos are yellow and the red are taco flavor. Oh. So you can make your own parts, custom parts, but I don't know how to 3D model. Said you can, there's models. Axo says learn, but I have no interest in learning. Like, 3D modeling would be cool to have as a skill, but it's not something that I'm particularly interested in. And if I'm not particularly interested in it, then I don't know why I would do it. I own a copy of Wind Waker HD in the case. You want me to read a singular book? God, I love cashews. Do you think next week we'll get a Nintendo Direct? I stopped paying attention to Nintendo Directs a long time ago, so I don't know. Do you put mustard on your cashews? Why would I do that? Like, salted cashews are pretty good on their own. But like, you know what's really good to think about? Not cashews, as they are, but like some spicy honey roasted cashews. That would be delicious. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. How's your stream? So, Sogakai, the sniper? Oh, so Soga King. How's it going, Soga King? Thank you for the follow. Screamer Mishima? Thank you for the follow as well. Oh, Addy was doing art? That is right. Adamus is an artist. Someone save Adamus from the ads. But then he wouldn't be Adamus. And he's Adamus. He's Adamus Wolf. Access says my account is immune to ads for some reason. There could be a minor reason behind that. Robbie, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Addy. Also, that's not Addy, like, trying to be a dom and calling you a worm. That's just a thing Addy does. There are fewer sub-coded people I know in my life than Addy. Also, hi, Adamus! How are you doing? Spent 4 hours coloring a drawing for Monica's very early belated birthday. Ooh. Does she know? Does she know? She know. She does? Okay, cool. God, you have no idea how much I miss good hub worlds in video games. How's your bar friend and taco supplier? Well, the taco supply has been fine. See you, Davinia. Tacos were good. I need to stop jumping. You're gonna go ahead and eat. You leave lurk. Fair enough, Addy. Thank you very much for stopping by, and thank you for trusting your audience with me. I don't know if that was a good advice thing to do, but you trusted them with me, so... They'll be in good hands, probably. Serge, you're gonna pull the car over. I gotta pee. Too bad. My channel's the dark domain of Ravenloft. With more head crabs, probably. There we go. You guys are doing the streamathon. If you want to add to the timer, you can sub or hit exclamation mark sub to add length to it. True. Is there anything in here that I care about? Nope, that's it. Sketch Pixels, thank you for redeeming your points for an you fucking degen. You skewed a bit you once then died, how rude. How rude! Speaking of tacos, do you have some not bad conspiracy nut theories? Thad? Who's Thad? Oh, you mean Alan? Thank you for the hydrate, Windjaner. Visceral, thank you very much for redeeming your points for an... Oh, whoa. What do fish dream about? They dream of memes. They dream of memes. I could prove this to you, but that would take forever. on. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Got into an argument at work. Apparently, America's 100% meritocratic, but 100% inheritance tax would be too much of a burden to make life difficult for him. Jesus Christ. Would you eat a Jiggy if a large bear put you in a backpack and gave it to you? If a large bear did anything with me, I don't think I'd have a choice but to just let it happen. Guy's a trust fund, but he got to where he is on his own, apparently. What would your sound be in Banjo-Kazooie on loop? Oh, ha, ha, Probably that. If you have a trust fund, you didn't get to where you are on your own, but hot take, nobody got to where they are on their own. In fact, sound mixer options. Okay, yeah, no, I'm definitely making a video about this one because this is a topic that is very, very near and dear to my heart. And I may have made a video on this before, but yeah, heck it, this is another one. Nobody is a self-made man. Nobody made it on their own. Like, in the example that was given to me that prompted me to hit the record button, it was a person who's a trust fund baby who says that they're a self-made person. They got where they are on their own. No. Nobody ever gets to where they are on their own. So, my channel has 55,000 subscribers, and my Magic channel has 3,700 subscribers, and I have a video game channel as well where I've got some like 2,000 subscribers, something like that. I didn't do that on my own. Not only did I have wonderful other creators who were the inspiration for me to better myself and my craft and get to the point where I am able to do presentations very, very easily and off the cuff. Not only have I had that influence in my life, which means that I didn't get to where I am on my own because other people gave me the motivation to get some level of skills in rhetoric, but also, and infinitely more importantly as well, there are literally 55,000 people I have to thank for getting my channel to where it is right now. I'm in the middle of a streaming marathon because I was unable to produce content on my own at the click that I needed to make survivable money, so I ended up in a bunch of credit debt because of that. And now I'm, doing a marathon so that I have a thing that is going on for a decent amount of time for people who want to support the channel, right? None of that exists without the help of viewers. None of that exists without the help of viewers. And it is that way in every trade. It is that way with every skill. It is that way in every walk of life. You are not a self-made person because your parents had to do some amount of work to get you to the point where you could start operating in the first place. You are not a self-made person because there are people around you who had to help you learn the skills that you needed to get to where you are in life. You are not a self-made person because not only did people help you learn those skills, if you learned those skills by reading a book, fully autodidactly, you would be nowhere if not for the people who wrote that book for you in the first place. Nobody is effectively a self-made person. Everybody needs some level of assistance in order to function, in order to live, in order to be successful. You are not a self-made businessman if you had to have somebody buy the pen you were selling in the first place. You're not a self-made creator if you needed to have somebody subscribe to your channel in the first place. If you're out in the wilderness and you are living off of the land, you're still not a self-made person because somebody raised you to the point where you were able to be self-sufficient in the first place. Those skills were imparted on to you by someone. And we get lost, especially in America, we get lost in the narrative that there is such a thing as a self-made person, that person was not reliant on food that was prepared for them by a parent, or even you go out to work and you use money that you earn to purchase a cheeseburger from a fast food place on your way to work because you're working very hard and you didn't have the money or you didn't have the time to prepare your own food very easily. Even if somehow, magically, every single point of your life, you've been able to be self-sufficient up until that point where somebody else had to cook you a burger so that you would be able to eat on the way to work, that one instance of somebody having to cook you something for you to be able to go to work and have food in your belly, even though you paid for it, you still relied on another person to get you there. You still relied on the skills of someone else. Conservatives all the time like to say things about unskilled labor and then still need to buy food from a grocery store where billions of people engaged in so-called unskilled labor to make sure that they were able to put food on the table for their family because they didn't have the skills, land, or wherewithal to go do it all on their own. I guess they're not a self-made person. Because they physically can't be. Because nobody can be. I've never understood this idea that anybody is somehow an island. That we all live in some magical vacuum where the labor of others is not used to our benefit in some way, shape, or form. You're a self-made person until you end up in the hospital and you desperately need somebody to stitch up your wounds from a car accident. You're not a self-made person because now you owe your life to a doctor who is taking care of you. And oh, you paid into insurance and that paid for it. Then I guess you owe your life to the insurance company. Like, we can kick that can a billion ways, but eventually we're going to find somebody who at one point you were dependent on for survival or prosperity. You will always be able to trace that. If it weren't for friends of mine who were skilled in construction, my house would not be in the state that it's in right now. You know, semi-functional. Because it went from non-functional and breaking to better. Because there are people with construction skills who are friends of mine who were able to help out with that. my channel, people look at my channel and go, oh, look at what you accomplished. What I accomplished? No. This is an accomplishment that was done by tons of people. I would not have gotten to this stage in my channel at all if it weren't for a collaboration with Prophet of Zod. And that collaboration wouldn't have happened if not for a recommendation from Godless Cranium. And those situations wouldn't have happened if not for me getting a boost of motivation because my channel got discovered by Shannon Q. And that's just the stuff that got me to 300 subscribers. That's all that is. That's just the baseline stuff that got me to the point where I thought, oh, I might be able to do something with this. Then I got a shout out from Telltale Atheist, and that took me from 300 subscribers up to 700 subscribers. And if not for several collaborations with other people, my channel would not be in any type of reasonably good state. And with my inability to produce content the way that I've been wanting to lately, I've also been reliant on the generosity of others in more ways than one. Not only financial, where people are willing to go, hey, I'm supporting your stream by sending you money. I'm supporting your stream by going to Patreon. But also other creators, bigger and smaller than me, who are willing to raid my channel, giving me a small boost in numbers so that my channel is still able to stay afloat in some way, shape, or form. The other day, we got raided by Vosh. Today, we got raided by Adamus. Creator bigger than me and a creator smaller than me. And this would literally not ever be possible if it were not for the help of those other creators and the people watching and the people donating and everybody at every stage, everybody that talks about the channel, everybody that recommends it to a friend, everybody that watches it with another person, which exposes them to content of mine, whether or not it's actually worth exposing other people to. I'm a terrible judge of that, apparently. So this myth, this weird myth of the self-made person, I don't understand how it's so pervasive. I understand people want to be proud of their individual accomplishments. And it's okay to be proud of things that you've been able to do. But I think it's naive to believe in the lie that somehow you did it all on your own. The amount of people that can claim did it all on my own for everything in their life is so alarmingly small to not be statistically significant. Somebody taught you a skill, somebody gave you a chance, somebody raised you from birth, somebody gave you a meal, somebody exchanged labor for a good, somebody did something that helped you at some point, so you were able to get to where you are. This is one of the reasons why when people say, like, oh, I don't owe anybody anything. No, you owe everybody everything to some degree. That's why I'm okay with concepts like debt to society. It's why I'm okay, Acne Murph, thank you for the follow. It's why I'm okay with things like taxation. It's why I'm okay with stuff like that. That stuff's really inconvenient for me as a content creator, I'll have you know. I'm not even gonna lie, like, shit blows as a content creator. Taxes are horrible when you're under 1099. People get tax returns back, and I have to put in for an extension on my taxes because I don't have the money to pay that shit right now. But It's just frustrating. Because there are people who are so thoroughly deluded that they've done things on their own. Solely on their own. No, you haven't. Trump is really guilty of this. The whole reason we even have the meme of small loan of $1 million is because he said the whole self-contradictory statement of, I am a self-made person, I did it all on my own, all I needed was a small loan of $1 million from my dad. Like, we laugh at quotes like that not because they're legitimately funny. We laugh at quotes like that because they showcase such a huge flaw. Just a huge flaw in thinking, a huge flaw in rhetoric. And yet, there are people who wholehandedly will worship people like Trump as a self-made person, or again, be so deluded into thinking that they themselves are self-made. Elon Musk is another good example of this. So, Elon Musk, people view him as a visionary, as an inventor, as all kinds of things. But, it's weird because the dude hasn't actually invented anything that's become made. From what I understand, Elon Musk's list of, like, self-patented inventions begins and ends functionally with, what? An aesthetic design for a Tesla? Not even any of the mechanics? Not any of that? None of the work that was involved in building one. Just the idea of an aesthetic design. That's his invention. When people say Musk invents rockets, Musk is doing more than NASA, Musk is doing this, Musk is doing that. No, Musk isn't doing shit. Musk himself is not responsible for any of the things that the labor of his workers create. The only things he's responsible for largely are oversight. Robbie says Muskrat bought founder status in Tesla. Yep. But don't worry, self-made man from Emerald Mines. Oh, well, that means he must have done something right. Anybody can do something right when their starting place is several $1 million. Anybody can do anything when their starting point is shitting gold. But all that stuff gets conveniently forgotten when people are Trump sycophants and people are Musk sycophants. Oh, they're the future. Oh, they're amazing. Like, no. These are people who have accomplished a microcosm of things on their own and owe basically everything else in their life to the labor of others. I owe everything in my life to the labor of my community. My stream lives or dies based on audience participation. My earnings live or die based on audience participation. But there's somebody who's going to look at me and think that I've done it all on my own. It's never the case. It's a Stream Rat by Penelope Scott. Great song about Musk's failings. Neat. But I don't know. That's a rant, basically. Functionally. I just don't think that people are as self-made as they think they are. And yet somehow we live in this weird fantasy world where people can be deluded into it. We get libertarians that think that Atlas Shrugged was a documentary. And it's just, it's confusing. Confusing on one hand, infuriating in another. Confusing for purpose of not making any sense to anybody who's sane and has a working, cerebrum. Because every single thinking person can trace... Oh... I have to do it this way. Every single thinking person can trace their accomplishments back to the involvement of someone else. I remember this being... Oh. Wow. Wow, okay. K. Charles says, everybody stands on the shoulders of their predecessors. Sometimes they've become a giant. Sometimes they've dug a hole. But either way, you've got to deal with what they did before you. Yep. And if somebody goes like, hey, my parents didn't give me anything. Okay. Then you should be dead. There is no way that at the ripe old age of 0, you survived without some form of intervention. Otherwise, you are a genetic anomaly. The 0-year-old who successfully killed every single bear in the forest for sustenance. At the age of 0, I learned how to perform photosynthesis. Stop says, like my accomplishments, all of my porn wouldn't exist without Cirrus. I don't think that's the same thing, Stoff, but, sure. I don't know if I'd consider your porn an accomplishment in the same way you consider it an accomplishment. I guess I'd consider it more of a stain, but if I consider your porn a stain, then that implies that something had to happen to create that stain? And I guess that would mean your porn has accomplished something. And that's not what I'm trying to get at. Not this time, anyway. Porn leaves a mark on humankind. It also leaves a mark on the sofa. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Said, hey, porn is an accomplishment. Do you know how annoying anatomy is? Yes, I do. I took an art class when I was in high school, and I understand. And Stoff's art generates a lot of stains. Sometimes I wonder if it's the weird stuff that Stoff makes that generates more stains, or the normal stuff. I don't know. But anywho, that's my rant, and there's my case. If you think you're a self-made person, and therefore you don't owe anybody, and so you worship people like Trump or Musk, or otherwise are some kind of libertarian who believes in this myth that they exist on an island where nobody has ever tread before, no. Do better. Be better. You can trace every single thing in your life back to another person. I am 100% certain of it. You've driven on roads paid for by tax dollars. You've been educated by a system either funded or built by tax dollars. You've existed and subsisted based on food that has been prepared for you either by another person or has been subsidized by, again, tax dollars. But yet, for some reason, you still would like to consider yourself wholeheartedly self-made. Nobody has done anything for you. You owe nobody anything at all. somehow, despite the wealth of information available to you to show that that is just not the case. Said, hell, Musk's SpaceX runs off government grants? Yep. Everything can be traced back to the labor of others. Always and 100% of the time. But let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Hit the like button if you haven't already, and as always, everyone, insert end video tagline here. There, we did it. It's a video, everyone. Said Musk is a poopy head. There we go. I survived. Musky Husky. Bum, bum, ba, bum. I hate these puzzles in this game. Bum, bum, bum. Have you seen Sandbox about the Cybertruck versus Gravity? No. I have not. I saw a lot of the conversation about the Cybertruck being indestructible, which is not what you want when you're making a truck. Did you eat your pizza? Yes, I did. Yep, crumple zones are important for the safety of a vehicle. Without crumple zones, you die. Aesthetically Saru, thank you for redeeming your points for an... You fucking degen. Alright, how you doing, Saru? 1, 2, 3. Yep, those are all the ones I'm missing. My mic destroyed it? Fucking hell. Okay, so give me a second. Okay, so Sephi, what do you need? What do you want trouble with? Can you get the permission thing? You thought you already had that? Okay, so the member section of the Discord is where the NSFW stuff is. The only people who are allowed access to the NSFW section of the Discord are trusted and vetted members of the community. That are obviously above 18. You don't gain access to those by being a minor. Said Banjo and Kazooie is Crash Bandicoot on more drugs? Eh. I don't think it's Crash. Crash is basically a 2D game that's wearing 3D game shorts. Feels weird. Drugs of the third dimension. Cyrus, what if the electric vehicle were made from memory metal? That it reforms himself from being heated? I don't know. Not an expert. No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just, it's moved away. And people can gain access to it. It just takes time. Oh, okay. I guess I can't get that. I need to turn the AC on. Bribe the admin by drawing their OC. That might work on Robbie. I wouldn't doubt that might work on Robbie. Like, I hear Robbie's a sucker like that. I hate this maze. I hate this maze. See you, Fritz. Get some sleep. I understand what to do now. Yep, mod team figures that shit out. That's their prerogative. Best video game OST? Hard to say. So, once upon a time, I would have said Sonic Adventure 2. Man, I always lose. Fuck, why can't I brain?
Hey Series.
Havoc the Wendigo, hi! How's it going? Like, I might say best OST for me. Ocarina of Time's pretty high up there. Chrono Trigger's pretty high up there. I'm gonna be honest. The Resident Evil 2 OST is also pretty fucking great. I can't even begin to describe the comfort of the Paper Mario OST, though. Like, that's the thing. It's hard for me to pick my favorite gaming soundtrack because so many of them mean different things to me. I just found out what happened here. It's here in SW. I legit thought I broke my Discord because I had a bunch of issues when it happened. Oh no. I know where the last ones are. I fucked up. I understand what I did now. How's it going, Max Jamal? Our Paul Jamal. How you doing? So my dumbass forgot about this right here. Wait. Is that it? I'm so confused. I have 96 notes. Where are the last ones? You think a bear can solve a Rubik's Cube? Probably. I don't see why they couldn't. Got everything from here, I believe. Yep, got everything here. Sylvie says, sorry, I've been in and out of the stream. Are the stretch and check, posture check redeem turned off for now? No, I was just in the middle of streaming with Rhino, so I wasn't looking at them. But I am looking at them now. Riddle says, me sleepy, gotta take a nap in the mega closet. Oh? The mega closet, is that where you nap when you're, like, hyper gay? Bow, 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 bow. Ain't no way. Fuck balls. Well, we already looked at these two. I guess we'll look in here too. Nope. I got everything from in here. You don't think the balls are a fuckable part of the body? Then you haven't tried hard enough. Or you're not creative enough. But I know if you try hard enough and believe in yourself, anything is fuckable. A hole is, in fact, a goal. And if the goal is a hole, then a hole is a goal. Aren't there notes at the top you couldn't get to because you're too large? Over there? Can't you, can you fuck a whore? Try hard enough you can. Again, I don't see why not. The thing on top of the glass is an extra life, which I don't really need. Do this. Oh yeah, we're gonna have fun talking about goalie holds. That's what it's been the whole time. No way that the other ones that I forgot are here, right? Feels like I've done everything. Did you check under the bed? Well, no, because there's nothing under the bed. Oh, come on. Just in case I forgot some up here, which I don't think I did. Yep, I saw the CEO of WotC stepping down. If we go in here again, just in case? Just so confused. Like, okay, so is there a square inch of this place I haven't touched? I have every jiggy, but I have all but 4 notes. Stop says I'm broke, so I'm too broke for a blowjob disorder obsession. Yeah. I can see how that would be kind of tricky to manage. Said Cirrus, I suck the gooch? I assume so, but you don't have to tell me. The chandelier has an extra life on it. Have you considered doing a model in a business suit since you got the little guy emote? You know, I haven't. Commissioning? Okay, so here's the problem with commissioning a model. That requires me having money. After all of the money is spent from this subathon, if we, get everything that's needed. After all of that money's been spent, do you know how much money I'm gonna have? Take a guess. Who's taking a guess? None. So... I'd love to commission a suit outfit. That would be really fucking sweet, but I don't have that kind of money. Like, $6,000 is for one credit card, $1,000 is for another. There's $1,400 in another debt besides that. And then $1,000 for the heater, of which the labor is being generously provided by Fritz. Those are the debts we've accrued in the channel not making money. Fuck! Found him! That's fair, Sylvie. Once I'm more stable and able, probably. But that ain't today. Reminds me, after we finish this level, I need to edit the videos together and put them all up. Alright, give me a second. Let's pull this over here. I don't know why you keep on saying blowjob disorder, but I guess. And I'd love a vacation. Vacation would be cool. You've always had going to Japan on your bucket list? Any specific places? Japan is one. I would love to go to Japan. South Korea as well would be kind of cool. The United Kingdom would also be neat. Okay, this one is Did you get a boner when you saw what Hot Gruntilda looked like? Nope. She's hot, yes, but she's also a terrible person, so she doesn't rattle my chains that way. I'm gonna run to the restroom. while the 3D print is running. I also just realized I have to go back and add Monster Mansion. Alright, we're back.
Hey Ceres and chat. Thought I'd drop in for a quick, what up, before I hit the sack.
Okay. Sorry that took a little bit. Kunst, what? Ooh. Let me take this, put it back down here. Okay. Hope everything came out okay. Hello, phone? Let's see, do flutes require attention? No, but my back did. My back was not feeling great. So I laid down for a second as well to see if that would help. It did help a little bit. Did you miss anything? No, not really. Need. Okay, do that one. Definitely take care of your back. Kind of important. It is. It is kind of important. How's it going, Taji? How are you doing? All right, this one. Let's see. I forgot what the tweets were in this. Hold on. Give me a second to figure out that. Puppy monkey baby. Puppy monkey baby. Excuse? Please no, not that abomination. You don't like puppy monkey baby? You don't like puppy monkey baby? Puppy monkey baby. Puppy monkey baby. Puppy monkey baby.
Sounds like God wants to lay a stick on society. How?
No one likes that thing? No one likes puppy monkey baby? Okay, there we go. Puppy monkey baby. Yay! Okay. You couldn't be bothered to leave the house for warm water and then regret it? Why do you have to leave the house for warm water? I know we had to do that when our water was not working. Wait. Read above. You gotta take the coldest shower tonight because your water heater broke like yours within 48 hours from when you mentioned it. Yours broke no less. Oh, Jesus, fuck. I can say truly and honestly, with 100% certainty, I know your pain. Because of what we've already had to go through. And I can say that with no layer of hyperbole. Why does the world steal our national treasures? What do you mean? What national treasures is the world stealing? Gilbert Godfrey. Oh, because age. Like, the boring answer is age. Nothing can last forever and no one can live forever. Everybody must one day return to the earth. True, it just feels like sometimes we lose them in our greatest time of need. So... Ah, fuck, really? Losing things. I don't know what Robin Williams or Gilbert Gottfried would change about our current situation. We tend to fabricate that we need them now, and for the reasons we say we need them. Like, we tend to make those in our own heads. Or we create the cultural myth of that, like, of our need for them. They'd at least be able to crack some jokes we can laugh at. True. True. But so can generally any comedian. Like, we can find humor in many things. And I'm not trying to minimize the good that people feel when they watch, you know, stuff from those creators back when they were alive. But it's very hard for me to see how much gets solved by that. Let me show you here. Placement. There we go. Sorry, I am getting everything set up for the uploads for tomorrow and the next day. Like, I wish I could impart some greater truth in association with the deaths of those that we adore. But I can't. Okay. Now I've done my uploads. I've done my obligations. We can do this now. Find lemonade or anything. When I have a sore throat, generally speaking, soups. Like something warm and soupy. That helps a lot. I'm glad I forgot things in this level, because it helped me find the other things I forgot in this level. Thank you very much for the 225, Robbie. I should probably look at the media share and see what's going on with that. Do 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 do. Oh dear.
J.K. Rowling might have just of us for being sent to a Scottish gulag. She's
What?
a staunch defender of women's rights. I mean the original style of women, like her, not the new version of women, like me. So, she's a fierce critic of Scotland's ridiculous Hate Crime Act, which came into power on April the 1st. This law is widely
What?
seen to have been pushed through to allow Scotland's ruling party, the Scottish Nationalist Party, to muzzle anyone who criticises them, especially over their gender ideology. The SNP support self-ID, which allows people to identify as whatever gender they want. So, if I want to be a woman, I just say I'm a woman, and ping, magic, I'm a particularly stunning and brave woman. I don't even need to wear the underwear. I mean, I don't need to wear it, but I do like the feel of satin on my lady balls. Self-ID.
All right, nope, nope, nope. We're doing that as an actual video. This one was Espen. Let me get the thing I need from this, because apparently I have to do this as a video now. You need an adult? Yep. Look, I've just heard some very rude and stupid things said from a fucking dweeb. And I guess I'm gonna have to criticize him and make fun of him on the internet now. I guess. DeSantis has made teaching the history of communism mandatory. And I wonder who's going to be enforcing that particular set of rules. Will we also be learning the history of capitalism and the ways in which that's fucked us over? Or is that just going to get celebrated? Basic Clep says gigabytes or win condition. Well, I don't know who you are. And as such, I'm not going to answer that question. Pro-communism brainwashing. Targeting our youth. So the communism brainwashing bad, but the capitalism brainwashing good? Huh. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out why 2 card shops were named at me. Basic Clef says, oh, like, I am assuming, as you've named a couple shops, that you might be a person that I know in real life? You're a Georgia Tech student getting into magic. Okay. Okay. So. Close to Marietta, I want to know if you had a preference. Gigabytes is my preference between those 2 stores. To a great degree. So, alright. Win Condition has a pioneer scene for Magic the Gathering. That's a very, very rare thing to find in North Georgia. But Gigabytes has its own grill, basically. Like, you can get smoothies and food and coffees and all kinds of shit at Gigabytes, which you can't do at Win Condition. Win Condition has, like, a chicken tender place behind it which is fine, but I like that I can eat at Gigabytes. Gigabytes also has a better selection of gaming supplies. Win Condition has a better selection of anime memorabilia. So it just depends on what you're looking for over and above your stuff. But I am more of a Gigabytes person when I have the ability to be there. So Gigabyte sounds like a nice third place. It is. They're open till midnight on Fridays. They've got a really strong Friday Night Magic crowd. They always do good pre-release events whenever new product is coming out. They have a pretty decent inventory. Their inventory isn't as obnoxious to get into as the Win Condition inventory is. So what about Yu-Gi-Oh? I'm gonna say this in the nicest way possible. What about Yu-Gi-Oh? So, I adore what Yu-Gi-Oh used to be. I am not a huge fan of what it is today. I would love if Yu-Gi-Oh were more fun. But as of right now, it's just watching another person play the card game. Or them watching you play the card game. Exciting. Just trying to see if they do other games. Well, yeah, so Gigabytes does Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and they tend to have other stuff there as well, like Battle Spirits every now and again. Gigabytes has a Win Condition has a Weiss crowd. If you're into Weiss. Basic Love says, I've met friendlier people at Giga when I went each couple of weeks back. There are some people at Win Condition that are cool that I remember from my time at a store called Fables. That isn't a store anymore. Card shop side of Giga is really nice. If you're looking to get into Magic the Gathering, then that's probably the place to be. Weiss is the anime card game, yeah. Do people still play HeroClix? You can find it every now and again. God, why is my stomach tearing me apart from the inside? Jesus. Ah, God. It's because you eat a lot of spicy food. God, I guess I'm gonna be AFK again and in the bathroom again because my stomach fucking hates me. Sure you reheated the pizza properly? I'm sure I did. I just think I've maybe eaten too much of it. God, I am so sorry, everybody. Stay back. I am so tired of my body doing that. Going, hey, it's time to suffer. It's time to hurt. It's time for pain. Alright, Espen, you did the dono, so I'm asking you. Am I covering your topic today? Or am I covering your topic and the media shares from Ravi tomorrow and focusing on video games today? This, I must know. But I figured I would leave it up to you. Do you want Tired Cirrus taking care of it?
J.K. Rowling might have just saved them.
So is it food poisoning? I don't think it was food poisoning. Okay, then in that case, Espen, it's going to be a thing that I tackle tomorrow when I wake up. Because as of right now, I've got a load of topics ready to go for tomorrow. Hope I feel better. It's just my stomach being stupid. Alright, then we're going to go to the next media share.
What did you say?
Nothing.
If you ever say that again, I will tear your soul apart and broadcast your screams for every other disrespectful wretch who dares to question me. Lovely.
So, the cosplay is cool. Hold on, I gotta stop it for a second. The cosplay is cool, but I do have a criticism. Oftentimes, here, I'll turn on my camera so that it is easier to understand what I'm talking about. So, let me go ahead and move cat cam real quick over here. Fair warning, real face being shown, which I guess only really matters because Basic Clef apparently plays games in and around my area. So, but, here, let's do this. I don't know why this wasn't set behind here. There we go. Okay. There we are. Okay. So oftentimes, when we're talking, we talk like this. This is how we speak, right? We just need to get the words out. We just need to say things. However, if you're going to be an animated character and use exaggerated makeup, then you need to talk a little more like this. It's more animated, it gets better use of what you're using, and if you notice, even my model is actually taking a better shine to what I'm saying and how I'm articulating my speech. That is my only criticism. If you're gonna do the over-exaggerated thing, animate with your makeup. He didn't open up his mouth quite enough for Alistair's lines. Necrochild says that feels so disjointed. It feels disjointed, but it's not. It's how you actually have to animate. Like, speaking normally. Speaking normally. Here's my avatar, or here's me. Here's my avatar. Speaking normally. You know, it seems fine. It's passable. But it's not the same thing as, you know, actually making sure that my voice is being articulated out and my mouth is making the exaggerated shapes you expect of a cartoon character. Necrochild says, I mean, it feels like the words aren't fitting your facial movements. Right! Because they're not supposed to fit my facial movements. They are fitting the facial movements of my avatar. Like, yes, they look very weird when you're looking at me, the person. But they're not as weird when you're looking at the avatar who's mimicking what I'm saying. You expect those exaggerated things out of a cartoon. You don't expect them out of a person. Which is why, once you start putting the makeup on, your brain starts going, oh, cartoon needs the exaggeration. So yeah. That's my only complaint. And he did it, he just didn't go quite all the way with it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Necrochild says, I do get it, it just feels wild. She actually? Okay, see, I said he because that's Alistair, but fair enough. Did y'all hear that crack? Because that was my neck. That felt amazing. Okay. Let's do this thing real quick. Little Kitty Big City. Yes, there's a cat. I think I need to get this game for Saki. I think Saki would like this game a lot. Ha! He killed him. It's Little Kitty Big City. You have to share this with your friend. This looks amazing. It's perfect. No. No. Perfect.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice
Oh, it's
Mécanique d'Analyse Coordinate,
Alchemist.
We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale,
That's Alchemist, right? Okay, cool. So I cannot give you any information due to NDA. But some of y'all will be excited about a project I'm involved in then. I'll be able to tell you guys all about it at some point. But not yet. Seriously, are you voicing a Genshin character now? I wish. So, like, I'm only in indie projects right now, and it's very, very small ones. But I'm gonna be a lot more excited when I can talk to y'all about some of the stuff that I'm in. Yeah. I'll also be more excited when I get paid for that stuff, so that I can actually eat easier. But that's, you know, that's a separate thing. Said that's where you gotta start, right? Yeah, that's where I have to start. It is where I have to start. Yan Yan says the hater's gonna sabotage me. But how? Bada 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 bum 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 bada bada bum. I wish there was a Jiggy here. But there's not. You're making a reference to a meme? Oh, okay. Yeah, Kazooie, everything's closed at the moment. I also would not be able to eat right now anyway, so I would appreciate the sentiment a lot, but unfortunately at the moment, my stomach is tearing me apart from the inside out. It's why I've had to hop away from the stream so often. Hashtag justice for sharks. Basic Chef says a cookout might be open somewhere. Well, you've basically all, like... So, everybody in my chat knows that I'm in District 14. So, saying that Marietta exists near District 14 isn't that bad of a dox. And I know there's a cookout in Marietta. Unfortunately, I'm not really a big fan of Cookout's food. It's kind of... That media is my thought of your comment. Okay.
A car, Mary, Alice, Louise, no, this is a land.
What? This is a car? No, this is Sparta? Goramit? You say Goramit when something's gone horribly wrong. Has something gone horribly wrong, Ravi? It did not work correctly? But he at least said that this isn't a car. It was supposed to start at 52 seconds in. Oh. I see. So it borked it. Oh god, District 14. Marjorie Taylor Greene's district. You know, the fun place. Basic Chef, what's making you want to get into magic out of curiosity? Not that I disapprove, for obvious reasons. Man, I love the vibe of Rusty Bucket Bay. All right, here we go. There we go. Some friend who played for a while wanted to do a $35 budget pod. $35 budget pod? Oh boy, howdy! I could rip some people apart at 35 bucks. I do $15 ones on my Magic the Gathering channel. That would be... Man, for $35, I can make a Sephiroth deck sing. I've got a couple more that I need to do my my stuff for. Can I get there in time? Okay, come on. Ah, we did it. You went out and picked up the budget deck list from Giga, WinCon, Super Games Over in Alpharetta, and some online? Oh, the budget Sephiroth list? Ah! Fuckballs! Alright, let me get over here real quick. Fucking fark. Oh yeah, no, Sephiroth is a blast. And at $15, she can just rip people apart without blinking. It's kind of insane. The raw power she possesses. All right, let me see what you have said in. Also, thank you very much for the $10 tip, Taji. I appreciate it greatly. That has been added into the pool of things. Was it the Ha! That technique worked! It didn't work twice. I can't believe that worked. There we go. Man, the Banjo-Kazooie movement system is so satisfying. There's so many just little things you can do with it. The double jumps OP, yup. There we go. Better. This always confused me. The animation for pulling that thing up drags it through the dolphin. You'd expect the dolphin to just kind of fucking die. At least that's what I would expect. It's just dragging this rusty anchor through its flesh. It at least would be a ripped dorsal fin at that point, right? Axo says this game is a drug trip. Axo, have you never seen Banjo-Kazooie? Man, this thing is a classic. Said, why isn't $15 Sephiroth running Revelark? So, I don't personally like Revelark that much. Revelark goes infinite with stuff like Karmic Guide, which is fine and fun. But I really don't prefer the card itself. So, it is entirely a personal preference on my part. I've ran 2 decks that had a Revelark in it, and I've taken both decks apart. And I had Revelark in Sephiroth at one point, and then I took it out of Sephiroth too. It just doesn't feel necessary. I'd much rather have ETB triggers than leave the board triggers for my revives. And I recognize that is entirely a personal preference. That comes down to me disliking Revelark as a card personally, and has nothing to do with its objective benefits of being a card. But, like, one of my favorite moves to do in Sephiroth is, and everybody on stream got to watch me do it a few times in an online game, Sister Hospitaller coming out, summoning several clones, each clone coming in as a copy of Sister Hospitaller, and giving me just a fuck ton of life. And then the final Sister Hospitaller reviving some actual, like, control piece. And then threatening the board with the ability to swing at them with a bunch of Sister Hospitallers. That's why I guess I like ETB triggers more. They require less setup. I don't need a sack outlet to make an ETB trigger shine. Murray says, if Project Dream was out, would it be the most innovative game of all time? Eh, probably not. gotta think, even Banjo-Kazooie, in its current form, is one of the least innovative games of all time. It is an infinitely better, in my opinion, Mario 64. But it is in every way, shape, and form a very derivative game. Like, if there's one thing I can't give Rare game design originality. What they tend to do is take something that they know works and then polish it to a mirror shine. Or at least, that's what they used to do. So, like, Killer Instinct wasn't innovative. Street Fighter already existed, but Killer Instinct was taking what Street Fighter was doing and polishing it to a mirror shine. Donkey Kong Country was doing what Mario World was already doing, but polishing it to a mirror shine. Said Donkey Kong 64 is a bigger Banjo-Kazooie is a bigger Mario 64. Actually, Banjo's smaller than Mario 64. Banjo has 9 levels and 100 collectibles. Mario 64 has 15 levels and 120 collectibles. In every way, shape, and form, Mario 64 is actually the bigger game. Its hub world is about the same size. The levels in it are about the same size. Maybe even a little bigger in some cases. Said Killer Instinct was more of a polishing of combat, I feel. In the graphics department, sure. I guess so. Mortal Kombat always felt really choppy. And I loved Mortal Kombat growing up. Like, I adored that game. My grandma had a copy of which means my dad had a copy and then I got to play it. A copy of Mortal Kombat 1 on the SNES. And he actually had the strategy guide for it as well. And since he had the strategy guide for it, I got to actually look at the character motivations and stuff and get familiarized with them. Because the old Mortal Kombat strategy guide had, like, the concept art from the cartoon. It was great. Chef says that's a pretty fair assessment. Definitely applies to GoldenEye too. Oh, yeah. Though, Basic Chef, if you played Gigabytes, that means that I actually can play, like, with your play group at some point, if you wanted me to. So if they wanted direct questions about Sephiroth, I could just take full power Sephiroth and run him up like a maniac. Killer Instinct had the violence of combat and beyond the cartoony action of Street Fighter. Yeah. I don't know. I wish I liked Revelark more, because I see the potential in that card. Leaving the battlefield and getting a Revive 2 creatures ability is just nutso insane. It gets you so many important cards, like Viscera Seer. But I just really prefer stuff like Sun Titan, Sisters Hospitaller, stuff like that. Yeah, GoldenEye was doing shooters on consoles with good multiplayer during a time where generally people did not consider consoles to be able to run shooters of any worth. Said most of us play on campus, but a bunch of us have been trying to get over to Giga to play. Okay, come on. And then Perfect Art beats GoldenEye. So, I'm not a very good judge of which one is better because I actually dislike both. I never got into GoldenEye, even the multiplayer, I never really got into it. I respect it for what it is and what it does. I recognize that it's a masterclass in doing the shooter genre right on the N64. But when I was doing shooters on the N64, I was a Turok kid. I got deeply engrossed in the story of Turok, the Turok lineage versus the Primogen. Have you looked at fossil fuel? No, I haven't. And, like, I recognize that in the gameplay department, Turok wasn't as good. In the multiplayer department, Turok wasn't as good. But, god damn, did it have a engrossing world. Basic Chef, I've actually been replaying Pokemon Snap. It's just been hard to play because I don't have a, upscaler for my N64. Like, obviously, I'm using methods of playing Banjo-Kazooie right now for streaming purposes, but in terms of playing my at-home copy, my CRT is really, really small, so it's not really what I want to play on if I'm playing, like, a game that I want Saki to see or anything like that. I'm playing on, like, a 55-inch. But a 55-inch HD TV is an awful, awful, awful experience when playing N64 games. It is a genuinely terrible feeling time. So I need to find a good upscaler, and then I need to find the miracle of affording a good upscaler so that I can actually play the N64. Also, said Switch Online has it on Virtual Console, but that's the thing. I want to play it on original hardware. Because I own the original hardware. I own the game. I own the N64. I still own a CRT for playing older games on. Said Zephyr says 55 inches sounds excessive for gaming. Not when it's a console. So, here, I'll actually make it super easy to understand. Because 55 inches is excessive for PC gaming. 110%. However, all right. I just took a couple pictures. Here we go. Give me a sec. Okay. Basic Chef, no amount of age is going to make the ring of a CRT not hurt your ears. Because I know the sound you're talking about, and I'm a lot more sensitive to it these days, too. I don't know if it's that hearing gets worse, or if it's that the TVs themselves are getting worse with age. But either way... Alright, so bear in mind, the room is under construction still. Sakura says the CRT wine can become inaudible with age. So there is the couch, which it looks like Growlithe has laid in, so I guess I'm cleaning those sheets today. So there is the actual couch in the bedroom for gaming, and there is the TV. So, is 55 inches excessive? Yes, until it's on the other side of the room entirely. And that's the display that we're playing the N64 on. It's on the other side of the room entirely. Also, yes, fur baby. Why is the window boarded? Because I accidentally broke the window. I leaned a chair back, and the corner of the chair touched the window and broke it, and I haven't been able to afford fixing it. So we're going to put a window air conditioning unit in there and put some bracing on it, because I own the air conditioning unit already, and that will be cheaper than the new window. What am I looking at here? Okay, so, Ravi, I have one of these. This is just the cable that lets you plug in your This is just the adapter. I have the adapter already. The adapter does not upscale, though. In fact, actually, hold on. I'll take a picture and show you what the N64 looks like when it's on. It's, interesting. Okay. So, here is the blurriness in a still frame. So it might be hard to tell when it's a video of a screen, but from my perspective, when I'm watching it, it genuinely hurts my eyes seeing it this blurry. Like, it actually hurts my eyes quite a bit when playing. Yeah, playable, but very, very wonky. It really, really wants to be different. It wants to be upscaled. Paige says there should be a good upscaler from M Classic. Blur maxing. Let me see here. What's the M Classic upscaler? This guy right here? Is this what you're talking about? When you bought the new Pokemon Snap, you got a side-by-side N64 Snap being an RCA. Xbox, Wii, GameCube, Dreamcast, and more. That should mean that it works on the N64, right? Yeah, new Snap doesn't hit the same. Okay, then I'll put that in my cart. And I'll figure out when I'm able to get that. It's not going to be anytime soon, but... Like, I really don't want to just... Sylvie Snow, thank you very much for the hydrate. Like, obviously emulators exist. Oh, so the print I have going is actually a 34-part print that we will be revealing at the end of the marathon. As long as the marathon lasts long enough to get the print done, all the parts done, then that will be revealed on stream for everybody. And because it's printed in so many pieces, I imagine it might be hard to figure out what it is until we assemble it. In fact, I'm kind of banking on that. I did drink. We're going too long. You wouldn't download a car? Yes, I would! Man, those pirating campaigns had no idea what they were talking about. Taji said, is it a 24-hour thing or a subathon type thing? So, it's a streaming marathon. So think subathon, but I actually look after my mental health. So that basically means that the stream, it will have an end before the marathon itself is over. Each subsequent stream will be a 12-hour stream. All except for today. Today is shorter because I started late. but expect it to basically be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. every day except Saturday. That's basically it. Espen has submitted another thingy, which also adds time. Let me see what this is. Oh, this one is from... Oh, geez.
Okay, we're good.
Black Mesa welcomes discrimination security issues.
What?
Go to the holographic
What?
guide to learn. Lorem uses the fingers of a helmet. You will find these areas later.
What?
I wasn't
Add this
expecting that
button.
first line.
You can see what the heart is saying, so I can show you what you want to do.
Can I go now? Okay.
Half-Life Google Translated.
Here, you will find your hands clothes and hats to give them fashion. This state protects against the dangers of falling into the business of your hands. As with
What?
most weapons you possess, you must prepare a new one that you need to carry and keep.
Yeah, God forbid I fall into the business of my hands.
But on the
The
hand,
business
easily
of
the
my
first way,
hands.
You need to avoid your hands. So this is another part of it.
I am afraid of my
hands.
Hey, dude, what is so wrong with my hands? I can put some lotion on it if that makes you feel better.
I can
swear
what?
my hands have it out for me.
Good job. Go to the next page.
Go to the next page?
Are we in a novel or something?
You will have to work under another hurdle. When you are lonely, you can stay calm.
What?
It might be fine if you don't want to listen. Your neighbors need this. Once in two parts of the business.
I need to avoid my
neighbors
hands.
need this, Brayak.
You better do a good job.
Water drops to jump into the duck. Do what you want to do and get to the left and right of the
Oh my
mountain.
god. See ya, Robbie.
Chart in the sky. If you want to leave, you need to move backwards.
If you want to leave, you need to move
Muscle
backwards?
fibers. If that happens, then it will stop. The
We
same
only
is
have
true.
4 muscle
If you just run
fibers.
away, Lele, you have to do it.
We only get 4 muscle fibers.
Yep, 1 for each limb.
Oh my god.
The power of our 4 muscle fibers, we shall make this parkour. I made it.
So here you are.
So Taji, if you hit exclamation mark media share,
It found its place.
then that should do it.
You can enter depth to fall. Don't
What?
worry about nature. We will give you your first aid in the next section.
Arceax? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Please tell me how to pronounce your name. But also, hi! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you doing?
Trained scientific personnel who defeat the enemies of the enemy behind you in your mission.
The enemies of your enemy behind you in your mission?
But the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Or you.
Do you get any of the money for media share? Yes, I do.
It was necessary.
It's like
Tradition.
80 or
Look, it's not
90%
missing
of the money
texture
sent
this
through
time.
media
He
share
will
I
burn
get.
and talk, giving a key to use when using the bridge.
I don't think there were that many sounds that sounded like that.
Sometimes you need to bathe. To change quickly, they think only of your hand.
Sometimes you need to bathe. Who would have thought?
Make the box down. The head is light. Just move the gun forward and you can shoot it anywhere.
That's the most straightforward instruction. Make the box down.
We did it. Hey, wait, why does it look like there's a secret floor panel? It's like, oh, it's just glitched shadows.
Yeah.
Yay.
I was gonna say, yeah, you're right, but I didn't finish.
So you just turned into Arnold.
Yeah.
If you try to shoot at the side of the road, you will be in prison.
If you try to shoot in the side of the road, you
He's
will
right.
be in
You can tell
prison.
it's a birch tree because of the way it is. Oh no.
What?
Property of the USMC. We're in Halo now. Actually, wait, no, Halo's USMC. Or UNSNC. I don't know.
UNSC.
U.S. something.
Halo is
You
UNSC.
tell the acronym because of the way it is. Okay.
In the future, you will need a U-Pack.
You will need a
In
what?
the future, you will need a U-Pack. He says.
You will need a
in
U-Pack.
YTP-like fashion.
Your face will be the greatest in
Frankly,
Coradine.
The time behind the
Link.
book destroys the wealthy people because they don't need wealthy people.
What?
Instead, the handset began to power automatically. From guns
Automatically,
to
automatically.
Wait.
That's my favorite kind of automation. I love automatic
Excuse me?
automation. Did you know that automatic automation was fucking great?
Hot pomegranate. Use the fire button. Some of it, unfortunately, smacks of grenades. The first,
Some of it smacks of grenades?
4, 3, 1.
What? That's not fair. I wasn't ready.
What? Black market. Then we read about another story.
Yay.
Then we read about another story? Why are we reading about another story?
I like Barna grenades.
Is that part of the mod?
Yeah.
Growing your head can be very painful, so you need fresh air to breathe. As you study this question, your blood sugar will start to rise. This allows you to stay in midair.
Oh, cool.
What? Man,
We
I
found
have
the
all
secret
kinds
The
of
remission
confusion.
for diabetes.
Diabetes are actually just undiagnosed people with the superpower of flight.
I don't mean to
The
make light of diabetes. I'm just saying.
Flight-a-betes.
I'm scared. That's why.
Bring this knowledge to class. The key approach to the gate. The use of the school gate when making telephone calls. To use this game for you. Likewise, this is the next time I see him look like you, Obi. Allow temptations.
Allow temptation. What if I don't want to allow temptations?
I thought I was gonna say access denied. I was like, oh no.
Just a few seconds to catch the train.
You better hurry. You want to catch the train.
Apparently.
Here, you must go to sleep.
What? No, I don't want to go to sleep.
All right, nap time.
Congratulations to the security staff who ended the massage course. Your confirmation
The massage
is now confirmed in the Blue Shield security section.
Okay.
Many things happened during that video. Shiki explains drinking her pee in a mountain. Aspen, why are you wanting me to watch drinking pee?
And I was too scared to leave my room in the dark in the middle of the night.
Avoid
And
your
I
hands
needed
and
to
fly.
pee really bad. And there was a 2-liter Mountain Dew bottle. Actually, no, it's not 2-liter. It was like a smaller one. I don't know why I said 2-liter. I confuse the bottle sizes. But like, I got a bottle of Mountain Dew that was empty, and it's honestly not that hard to aim.
Is it?
You just have to know where everything is, right? And so I peed in the bottle, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna throw this away in the morning. I have a habit of forgetting things that I do right before I go to bed, which is why I miss a bunch of messages that I read, but right before bed, I'll read my phone, I'll be like, oh, I'll answer this as soon as I wake up. And I forget. It's like that with my Twitter notifications too, or I'll forget tasks that I need to do if they're told to me right before I go to bed. And
I see where this is
in the morning,
going.
I completely forgot. And I was like, oh, I'm thirsty. There's still some Mountain Dew in the bottle. So I took a sip, and I was like,
It was just pee.
because I forgot that I peed in it previously. Now let's move forward to when I was about 2,100 years old. Let's see. It was not a bottle this time. It was not
Wait,
a bottle
why did it
this
happen
time.
again?
But the same thing happened where I didn't have a bottle, but I did pour like Mountain Dew into this cup, this yellow cup that I, you know, and because there was ice in it, so I wanted it to be a cold drink, so it was Mountain Dew and ice, and I was scared.
Yeah?
And I was like, oh, I don't want to leave my room because I just watched a bunch of horror movies, and there was a cup in the room. Previously, it had Mountain Dew and ice in it.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't want to leave my room because I was scared to go to the bathroom. And so, you know, I peed in it. And then
you didn't learn the lesson the first time?
I was like, okay, I obviously don't ever want to drink out of this cup again, so I'll just throw it away in the morning. Well, the same thing happened again. I forgot that I peed in it. And when I woke up, when you wake up, your senses aren't completely there. When you wake up, your senses are completely there. I didn't smell anything. So I was like, oh, my Mountain Dew from yesterday.
Reuse, recycle, repiss.
Oh my god. Of course I threw away that cup. Of course I threw away that bottle. I threw both away. Also, I don't just keep I don't just keep bottles and like cups in my room. I keep rather clean actually. It's just at those times
You
I
keep
had a
rather
cup and a
clean,
bottle.
except for the times you drank your
my
own
God.
piss.
I do not have a piss kink. Ew.
Nope, you developed one.
Stupid.
I don't have a piss kink, I'm just stupid. You know? I feel that. I feel that in my ham. Like, I can't, no. See ya, Sylvie. You don't have a piss kink, but you just accidentally keep drinking your pee. Accidentally. You know, it's quirky. It's piss drinking, it's quirky. You know, all the people are doing it. You know, those guys. The people. They're probably important. The people. Yeah, the people. The piss pull. Man, double jumps are cool. God, double jumps are neat, aren't they? Oh, I hate this part. I fuck this part up all the time. Come on. Come on. Ah! My anxiety is strong. Come on. Why is the tilt randomized? So close. Okay. 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 So close. Shit! 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 Really? One, two. There we go. Okay, most of my anxiety can be quelled now. If I fuck this next stuff up, it's not the end of the world. Okay. Ah ha ha ha. Come on. Fuck, I hate this place. I love the vibe of Rusty Bucket Bay until you get to this part. This part can just eat cock. Okay. I got turned around. I have to do it all over again. So this is the worst Jiggy in the game, isn't it? Yes, this is the worst Jiggy in the game. Is a Jiggy that is notorious for fucking up a lot of playthroughs. Said, what is Ekum Bokum? Ekum Bokum is what Mumbo Jumbo says. He's one of the characters in Banjo-Kazooie. He's a cool one. I actually like him a lot more in Banjo-Tooie, where he gets a more prominent role. Do 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 do. Nope, nope, nope. Getting that was a mistake. Guess who's not getting that 9th Jiggy? That's right, it's me, motherfuckers. I've decided I'm not getting that Jiggy today because I love myself. That's what I've decided. I have too much self-respect to subject myself to that bullshit. Everything about that Jiggy can suck a dick. It's bullshit. Did Rip Jiggy? Yup. Nope. It's... That Jiggy is genuinely awful. And there is nothing about that one that is enjoyable at all. In fact, I believe the construction of the level that had that Jiggy in it is considered a war crime via the Geneva Conventions. I'm fairly certain that I didn't just spread misinfo when I said that. Did European game design as opposed to Japanese game design? Thought in Japanese game design it was just make everything absurdly painful for the player all the time, as opposed to having a random absurdly painful section for the player, like in Banjo-Kazooie. You know what I always thought was cool in this area? Here, check this out. This little hidden alcove right here. Stuff like this was my jam as a kid. Finding stuff like that. The N64 games are go when it comes to hidden areas. They really knew how to hide secrets. Have you seen the game Planet Crafter yet? No, I haven't. I've heard it's really good, though. Saki's played it. Friend of mine, yeah, has been playing it. Bum 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 bum. Been hooked on it with your best friend lately? That's cool. Alright, I think after I unlock This next level, it's gonna be bedtime for me. Bum, 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 bum. Man, that frame rate dip. Kinda awful. I also love that this hidden area right here, well, not really a hidden area, but this teased the entrance to Click Clock Wood. You would come here and just try to figure out if there was some way to unlock Click Clock Wood. Oh, it's 3:43 for me. It's 3:43. Okay. Yeah, Click Clock Wood is my favorite level too. It is like, so I think my perfect banjo levels in my brain are Bubble Gloop Swamp, Treasure Trove Cove, and Click Clock Wood. They are like perfect from top to bottom in my brain. Yeah. See, I'm more of a Kazooie guy than a Tooie guy. Tooie's got a better story, but, like, everything else about Kazooie is better in my opinion.
All of us from being...
Alrighty. Said Kazooie's maps feel too small. Kazooie's maps feel perfectly sized to me. Honestly. Yeah. I'm gonna have a good night for the time I can. It's sleeping time. So I'm gonna send you all somewhere. Give me a minute. All right, I'm gonna take this screenshot. This is my time. Okay. And now we send you out. Raid channel. You know what? We were doing Banjo-Kazooie. So we're going to raid a Banjo-Kazooie streamer too. I will see you all tomorrow.